Check, 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 check. Hello, Alicia. Oh, it's Country. Hello, Country. How are you? Carly is here. Happy New Year. You guys let me know if you can hear me in the chat. So I'm dealing with some audio, not audio, dealing with issues, technical stuff. So let me know if you guys can hear me. I think so. Okay. Yeah. Hello is here. All right. I'm going to assume that you guys are hearing me okay. Welcome, 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 everybody. We will pray to the gods and goddesses of whatever's out there, that between Mercury retrograde and this thunderstorm that's passing me by right now, the internet does not go out. So hopefully we'll get through some readings without the internet going out. Gonna wait maybe like one more minute, and then we will get right into the things. And while we wait for a few more people to hop on here, I should probably take a second to get this list figured out here. Oh, Danny's sneaking in the back door tonight. Okay. Now you know we got a party. Okay. Camera's a little weird. Sorry guys, this is all a whole new, like a whole new setup for me. I like completely rearranged my entire room, my entire studio. Everything is completely changed. This is a whole new desk. Everything is different here. So, two more. We got two more. That's probably always a good thing. Okay. So I don't know. We'll just gonna put this here. I'm gonna try to make this short and sweet, and then we'll just jump into the readings. I don't really particularly feel that I have a big long spiel right now. I haven't been on in a hot minute, so it's kind of like, you know, I've been so focused on other things. Like part of me is like, I forgot how to do all of this stuff. Do I know how to do this stuff anymore? I don't know. We're gonna find out. So first of all, it's good to see you guys. I'm sorry if the camera that you see is right here. I got to get I'm dealing with some microphone problems because the microphone that I'm using on this desk is all the way extended over, and I can't get my head in the picture, so I'm going to have to get a new microphone. But whatever. That's what we're doing tonight. It's kind of ghetto, but it is what it is. So if you don't see half of my head, you don't see half of my head, but seeing me is not what's important. It's the messages is that's what's important. So we just came out of a 9-year cycle, 2025, and we are kind of just now coming into 2026, even though it's March, right? Like, really, this is like the beginning of the year, because January and February are kind of like the bleed out energy, or you could call it kind of the cusp energy, right? So the calendar, the energy of the calendar year doesn't end right when, right when the calendar ends in 2025, as most of you already know all of this. So March and April are kind of like the beginning of the year, energetically speaking. So if you guys were still going through some stuff, some ish, at the end of, or the last 2 months, even though technically we were in a new year, I will add you as well, Samantha. So, if you guys were still kind of going through some struggles, if you guys were still dealing with endings, all of that stuff could have been spilling over from 2025 into 2026. We were still technically in that energy, so January and February could have been, some of you guys could have still been going through some fallout from things going on in your life. Okay, so I just want to lead with that. So now that we're kind of moving into mid-March, or will be moving into mid-March this week, towards the end of the week, and then especially once we go into April and Aries season, we're really going to be stepping into the new energy of 2026. So why am I saying all of this to you guys? Because for a lot of you guys who have been hopeful that, things would start changing, because maybe you guys have been hearing about all these things, knew this, knew that, or maybe you've been getting readings from other people. I don't know what's going on, but I just want to say that if you haven't started to feel the shift in the energy or the change yet, it's because it hasn't been here yet. We haven't got there yet, but it's upon us. So we're going to be officially, kind of like energetically speaking, starting the new year, pretty much now, moving into the rest of the year. So if you guys have been struggling with some stuff, going through some stuff, that might help you understand why, because we weren't done with last year's energy just yet. But now we're reaching the end point, like officially reaching the end point. Okay, so really quick, just got a really quick message for all of you guys, and then I will jump into the personal readings here. So we have adjustments are required, emotions are running high, confidence is your key to success, you're very close to achieving your goal, and then here we have emerging and we have radiance, and then we have gratitude over here. So I want to start with these two, because it's interesting. We have the Phoenix here, but then we have this word emerging here. So it's really they're almost like two different ways of saying the same thing here. Because you have the Phoenix, which is rising from the ashes, and then you have this plant that's emerging from the soil. And okay, I didn't know if the numbers were the same, but they're not. Okay. So there is a metaphor, an energetic metaphor here of starting something brand new. And I'm going to be very specific here in saying this, because I'm a little bit of a, I don't know, maybe you could call me a spiritual Nazi. For lack of better words, I'm a little bit of a spiritual Nazi, in the sense that I don't necessarily agree with most of the spiritual, the mainstream spiritual BS that's thrown around the internet, right? Like, I think it's too generic. I don't think it's explained very well. I don't think that it's I don't think that it includes a lot of practicality, and so it's not tapped into reality. So, but that's just my opinion, right? But anyways, the point here, for those of you that have been needing maybe some hope, because, again, I don't know what you guys have all been going through, but for those of you that have been needing some hope that things are going to be different, or maybe this year will be better, or there are potentially positive changes on the horizon, right, for humanity as a whole, and for you specifically, because of all the craziness that's constantly happening in the world, the answer is yes. But the caveat is it's not going to be handed to us, right? We are all the magicians, and that means that our life and the life that we want to experience, we have to participate in creating that reality. It's not just going to happen for us. So if you're not taking accountability and you're not taking responsibility for the life that you're desiring to have, whatever that is, if you want a relationship, then you're going to be responsible for creating that reality. You have a responsibility in, finding a partner, choosing a partner, and becoming the person that you need to be in order to have that relationship. And because it's one thing to go out and find somebody, it's a totally different thing to, once you get into the relationship, like it's one thing to attract a person, it's a totally different set of skills to keep that person. And so a lot of people, they focus on, attracting a partner. And again, I'm just giving you guys a generic example. Relationships are pretty common, right? It's a pretty common question in the tarot land. So if you're looking for love, then you have to be willing to take responsibility for the person that you are becoming to enter into that relationship with that person. Because if you aren't taking responsibility for who it is that you are, and you, for whatever reason, you do manifest that person into your life, then it's very possible that that relationship's not going to last very long, or it's not going to stay, right? So, and it's the same thing if it's career, if it's whatever your question is, whatever the thing is that you're longing for, whatever your vision, your future is, whatever your desire is for your life. So what I'm trying to say is what this year and this new 9-year cycle that we're all entering into in 2026 moving forward, and through the next 9 years, we're all being spiritually confronted, and spiritually asked by the divine, 2 questions. The first question is, what do you want? Because that's what we're all here for. We're all here. We have a very short lifespan to live, and none of us knows when our day is going to come. We don't know when we're going to leave this earth, this realm of existence. So what is it that you want to experience while you're here? That's the first question. Because if you don't know what you want, then it's going to be really hard for you to manifest it and acquire it. So that's the first thing. What do you want? And the second question that the divine has for us is, what are you willing to take responsibility for and accountability for to get it? In other words, what's the price that you're willing to pay to acquire the thing that you desire? The value of anything is the amount of life that you're willing to exchange for it. So what value are you willing to exchange for the things that you want in terms of what's the price that you're willing to pay? Who are you willing to become? What are you willing to give? Who are you becoming? What are you willing to participate in to create this reality in terms of taking accountability and responsibility for who it is that you are? And if you can do that, then you're on the right track. So that's what these 2 cards really here are talking about, the emerging and the radiance. It's emerging in the sense of that, hey, you have the ability to see your wishes, your dreams, and your fulfillment, your desires begin to birth, because we're in a one universal year. We're starting a brand new 9-year cycle. So this would be the same as the aces in tarot. And aces are just seeds. They're all, it's the formation. It's the potential for the things that we want to grow and continue into. And then you have this radiance energy, which is really, I'm looking at more of like this phoenix. And the phoenix is all about rising from the ashes, which again is a very similar energy of planting something. So a lot of you guys are going to go through or have gone through a rebirth in life, whether you realize it or not. And the divine is saying that the more that you understand and the more that you realize the rebirth energy that that's transforming you, or that has transformed you, the more awareness that you have around the changes and the transformation that's occurred within you, and the more that you lean into that and the more that you trust that, then the more powerful that you become. And that's very important, because again, as long as you're taking ownership of your divinity by leaning into, your ability to be the magician archetype, because we all are the magician. We're all the creator of our own reality. The more accountability that you're willing to take for the reality that you're creating, because you've become even more aware than you were before, or even more aware than you were before last year, of your own divinity, which is just another fancy way of saying your true power, who it is that you really are, the uniqueness of the person that you are and are becoming, because you are a fractal of the divine, expressing itself in the canvas of this life, then the more likely you are to get the thing that you want. And that's what you're here to do. Like, you're here to get the things and experience the things that you incarnated to get and experience. But it's not just selfishness, right? It's twofold. It's about, yes, we all have our own personal desires and things that we want to experience, and there's nothing wrong with that. But then it's also what we're here to give, what we're here to contribute, what we're here to share. So part of it is for us to experience, but then there's this other part which is intended for us to give away, right? And so that's the other side of the coin. So there's a third question. The third question, so let's go through the three questions again real quick. The first question the divine has for all of you this year is, what do you want? The second question the divine has for all of you is, what are you willing to take accountability for? What are you willing to take responsibility for to actually get the thing that you want? And then the third question is, once you get the thing, if you do all the things and you get the thing that you want, how are you going to share it? Right? And so if it's like you get a relationship, for example, like let's say you manifest the man or the woman of your dreams this year, which is very possible for many of you, which is why we have this card up here. You're very close to achieving your goal, right? So, the divine is saying, like, a lot of you guys are super, super, super closer than you think to actually manifesting the things that you've been working on for a long time. Like you're like right there, you're right there at the finish line. And so this year is kind of like the finish line for many of you. Like, this year will be the year that you find your person. This year will be the year that you get married. This year will be the year that you overcame your fears, or you paid off your debt, or you figured out what your passion in life is. Like, this is going to be the year that whatever your goal is that you were seeking to achieve will be your year. If it was something to do with your health or whatever, right? You're very close. As long as you follow the divine. It's not my formula. It's not my formula. I'm just here. I just hit record, and then all this shit starts downloading through me. I just become this not inanimate, that's the wrong word, but I become this, just a channel. I'm just the mouthpiece for whatever the information wants to flow out of me at this point. But it's like the divine is giving you all a formula, a recipe for success for the next 9 years. And this is the very beginning. And so if you follow the recipe for success, or you follow the formula, then you'll get the thing that you want. And so a lot of you are coming here with questions. And so this is the divine kind of preempting all of you, giving you a heads up of things that, it's giving you answers before the answers to your specific questions, if that makes sense. So the formula is, because I interrupted myself, I'm trying to keep up with all the information coming through me right now. It's a lot. The formula is, you have to get clear on what you want. Number 2, you have to become the co-creator of your life. You have to stop outsourcing your power and your divinity and your sovereignty to the external world. You have to stop living in powerlessness. You have to stop living in unbelief. You have to stop living in the past. You have to stop living in, the narrative, the limitations of the stories and the meanings that you've placed on life in past situations or whatever the hell's happened to you, right? And what's happened to you has happened to you. But here's the paradox in life. This is the paradox of life. Just because something happens to you doesn't mean that you have to be defined by the thing that happened to you, right? Just because you have an experience that makes you want to believe, I'm going to say that again, just because you have an experience that makes you feel like you want to believe, you have no control, you have no power over what's, how that situation has affected you. You're stuck where you're stuck. You can't move forward. You're cock blocked, like whatever the story is, whatever the limiting belief is, whatever that is, that story that you have and you believe in, and you fuel it and you feed it with energy because you keep focusing on it, you keep reliving it, and you keep retelling yourself over and over and over again. We hypnotize ourselves by telling ourselves these powerless, limiting stories again and again and again. It's like a placebo effect that we hypnotically are hypnotizing ourselves with by telling ourselves that I can't do it, I won't have it, it'll always be like this, I'll always get hurt, whatever the story is. And we train ourselves and we teach ourselves to believe in powerlessness. And so the divine is saying that if you're not willing to take control and over your sovereignty, if you're not willing to take back your power, if you're not willing to choose to believe something, even if it doesn't make any sense to you, even if you've not experienced something, right? A lot of people say, well, how can I, I don't know what it feels like to be loved because I don't believe I've ever been loved before. I don't know what it feels like to be in a healthy relationship. I've never been in a healthy relationship before. I don't know what it feels like to experience wealth and abundance because I've never had wealth or abundance before, right? And so we use that excuse to adopt more powerlessness. We'll just say, I don't know what it feels like because I haven't experienced it yet. But what the divine is saying is you don't have to experience something to imagine what it would be like. That's why you have an imagination. Every single one of us has an imagination, and this is, there is actually psychological proof and research on the studies of imagination. And I forget what it's called off the top of my mind, but there's actually a term for this. But it's actually proven that if you take two people, you take somebody who just imagines playing the piano, and you take somebody who's actually playing the piano, and you hook up a brain analyzer or scanner thing, whatever the hell they put on their head, both people have the same exact type of brain scan. So the person that's imagining playing the piano, their brain is firing the same signals, having the same reaction as if they were the other person that was actually playing the piano. So, in other words, what the divine is saying is you don't have an excuse by just saying, well, I've never had an experience, I don't know what it's like to have this thing that I'm wanting to have. And the divine is saying you don't have to know what it's like to have the thing in order to take accountability and responsibility for creating the thing or going after the thing or just deciding that, you're just not going to tolerate not having the thing anymore in your life. Or you're just not going to tolerate powerlessness anymore. You're not going to tolerate being a victim anymore. You're not going to tolerate just like, hey, you know what? I'm not going to believe that I'm not a fractal of the fucking divine. Because you are. You're a fractal of God, source, the universe, whatever the thing is, the infinite intelligence that put us all here in this universe, in this cosmos, and you're here and I'm here, and, all this technology that connects us all, and the bajillions of cells and fibers and all the things in our bodies and all the things, right? I mean, it's, and then you look, we have these telescopes that can look out bajillions of miles into outer space, and you can see all this crazy shit in outer space. Well, what put it there? What put these galaxies and universes and all these planets, and we can't go out there. We can't explore. We have no idea what's out there. We can barely even understand our own small galaxy, our own little solar system, right? Well, what the hell put that? What put that there? And it's all mathematically synchronized. It's all mathematically perfectly, if you look at the mathematics behind the solar system and the universe and all these things, I guess you could just say it's all an accident. Sure. This is some big fucking bang that just farted out of nothingness. Nothingness just farted, and here we all are, right? Like, you're a fractal of the divine. You are a fractal of the divine, and the divine wants you to wake up to the power of the thing that you are. And the more that you're able to embrace that, as hard as it is in your humanity, because we're humans and we wrestle with shit every day. And most of us are completely unconscious and unaware of the limiting patterns that are running in our unconscious that keep us living the same life, even though logically we're saying we want to live a different life. You want to have a different reality. You want to have a different experience. You want to have different levels of abundance. You want to have a different relationship. We all want something different than what we're experiencing. And I guarantee you that the only reason you're here to get a free tarot reading is not because you have it all figured out. Because if your life was completely amazing and blessed and happy, and you're living ultimate levels of fulfillment, you'd probably just be focused on enjoying your fulfilled life right now, right? Most people come to tarot readings for answers, for guidance, because something's missing. And there's nothing wrong with that. But the divine knows what you need before you ask for it. So if you're willing to take accountability and responsibility and step out of your powerlessness and embrace your divinity, then this year can be transformational for you. And the things that you're even here to ask for or ask about tonight could be transformational. So then that brings us to the third thing. So the third thing, there was a third thing, and I don't remember the third thing. So it's fine. We'll just deal with the two things. And if the third come back, then I'll mention the third thing. Okay, so really quick, now that we got through all of that, we have these 3 cards left, and we have gratitude. So adjustments are required. So this is, again, basically just for those of you that are basically the definition of insanity, right? The definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So adjustments are required. So the divine is basically just in the gentlest way possible. The divine is saying, hey, a lot of you guys are, and don't shoot the messenger when I say this. This isn't me. This isn't Eddie. I'm just the messenger. Don't get mad at me. You guys can go get mad at the divine, God, source, the universe. You could, that's fine, but don't get mad at me for saying this. But some of you are still doing the same shit. You're living in the same patterns. You have the same thinking. You haven't made any changes to your life. You're not doing the work. Nothing's changing. And if nothing changes in the person that you are, then nothing else is going to change. You can't keep doing the same thing, and you can't keep being the same person and expect a different outcome, a different life, a different lifestyle, a different level of abundance, a different level of love. Right? Or a different level of patience, like Samantha Campos here in the chat. Patience is not her virtue. And so this year might be the year where she gets to learn some patience. Then we have emotions are running high. So a lot of you guys are going through some things right now that are very emotionally challenging. Whatever your situation is. And so in essence, what this card is here, or this energy rather, what the divine wants you to know is that the divine understands that for you, your situation feels like life and death, right? Like when something is going on in your life, it feels like life and death for you. The things that are going in my life feel like life and death for me. You know, but what the divine is saying is there's a sense of surrender here, right? Like, in other words, the divine is saying, look, I know you're going through these things. I know that you're scared. I know that you're worried. I know that some part of you has this need or this want or this desire, or there's this confusion. Like, it's just the divine's way of saying, hey, I know what's going on with you. And it's our disconnection from the divine that makes us frantic. Because if you truly were connected to God, source, the universe, the divine, whatever language you use to put on the creator of all things, if you truly had faith and you truly trusted that the divine had your back, the universe had your back, whatever word you use, then you wouldn't feel so frantic. You wouldn't feel so panicked, right? The divine's got you. The divine wants you to know there's nothing going on in your life that it hasn't accounted for, that it can't come through for you, that it doesn't have a plan for you, that there's no secrets, there's nothing that can happen in your life that the divine is not aware of. And the reason that we suffer is because of our free will. It's our disconnection and standing back from the divine that creates separation. The divine never steps away from us. It's just that we have a free will, and the divine has two non-negotiables with all of us. If you've been in my channel, you've heard me say this a million times. The divine's never going to violate your free will, and the divine's never going to give you anything that's not in your highest good. So that's what this is saying. The emotions are running high is just the divine's way of saying, hey, I know what you're experiencing, and I got you. And then we have confidence is key here. This is the last one. Confidence is key to your success. And this might have been the third point that I forgot a second ago, which is basically saying what is the value that the value of anything is the amount of life you're willing to exchange for it. It's another way of saying is how bad do you really want it? Because wanting is not enough. You can come here all day long and you can want and want and want and want. I want more money. I want love. I want children. I want better health. I want. Everybody wants something. We can sit here all day long and talk about what we want. It's like, well, what are you willing to do? What are you willing to give up? What are you willing to exchange? What are you willing to change? Like what's the price that you're willing to pay for the thing that you desire? Because everything in life is an energetic exchange. Everything. There's no such thing as something that's not going to cost you something. Like nothing is free. People even air is not free. You know, we inhale whatever oxygen, and then we exhale carbon monoxide. I think it is, right? So we're consuming one type of element, and then we give back a different type of element, and it creates balance in our ecosystem. So there's no such thing as free. Energy cannot be created. Energy cannot be destroyed. Energy can only transform. And you are the magician, which means that you are, myself included, we are all the alchemizers of energy. We're just here to create our own realities, and we do that by doing all the things. So there you go. That's what the divine has for the collective. I did not know it was going to be that long. I did not know what I was going to say. I wasn't even planning that. So I will not be on here like a super, super, super hot long minute tonight because I do have to work tomorrow. But I will be here for a little while. So with that being said, if you are absolutely hell-bent on getting a reading tonight, you can skip the queue. You can donate. And to skip the line if you want. You don't have to. By no means. It's completely free. I'm here. I'm here while I'm here. But if you absolutely know that you know that you know that, you know, you have a pressing matter and you want to ensure that you will make the cut, that option is available for all of you. So with that being said, it's good to see all of you guys here tonight. I hope that your New Year's has started off well so far. And with that being said, we will start with Alicia. The list is in the chat, so we have Alicia, and then Country, and then Curly, then Hello, then Danny, and then Samantha, and then Diamond Girl. Gina is here. We have Lily, Jean. We have Aesthetic. We have Velvet and Sunsea. So Alicia, you can ask your question, and we will be off to the things. And hopefully the internet will stay on. I don't hear the thunder anymore. Thank you, Country. Thank you for making that list for me. I really appreciate that. Appreciate you. And of course, Jean, I appreciate you both so much. I know there's a little bit of a delay between me talking and YouTube. It seems like it's about probably 5 good seconds, 5 or 6 seconds. It's quite a long delay. So Alicia, if you're there, post your question, and if not, then we'll bump her back. And Country, you can go ahead and ask your question, and I'll just do you. And if she swings back around, then I'll catch her on the flip side. She says, I got him in my Cash App. What do I need to work on in order to walk in my destiny? I love that question. Let's find out. The first thing that's coming to me for you, Country, is, and I don't know, this has nothing to do with any cards. And again, I apologize if you guys can't see my face because my camera and my microphone are not, my microphone can't reach this far over. But anyways, there's something from when you were a child, and I'm getting like I'm getting some like strong ancestor vibes with you. Like, I don't know if you were close to your grandparents, like a grandmother specifically. Um, I don't know if you grew up in, you know, you grew up in like the church, or you grew up believing in God and faith and all the things. But there's something I feel for you, country, where you have how do I say this? It's like I feel like you were prayed for a lot, like not like before you were even born, or maybe even like when you were in your like when your mom was pregnant with you. Like, I don't know if she was like prophesied over about you or prayed over, but I just see you being prayed for. Like in my mind's eye, I'm seeing that you were prayed for, like very a lot. And there was almost like this knowing. Um, there was this knowing in that spiritual community, or maybe even like again like a grandparent or a relative of yours kind of had this faith or belief or a certainty, like a spiritual knowing that you were going to be different. And then you were born, and then you were different. And I feel like that difference, the difference that you are, because it was more different than it was different and then in terms of like what the expectation would have been for that environment. Because in religious environments, they kind of expect you to and we're all human, right? So I'm not judging those environments. I mean, I came from a religious background. I grew up in the church also. And now I use tarot cards, which is basically they would burn me at the stake for now, tell me that I worship the devil and worship demons and Satan and all that stuff because I have tarot cards now. But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to say, country, is I can't get it like I can't pick up the exact specific detail, but I can see it and I can sense it. Is that you have a call on your life that was kind of like it was kind of passed down, for lack of better words. And I feel like there's somebody, a grandparent or grandmother, who was very spiritual, who sensed, I'm getting tingles all over my head right now, who sensed that they knew. Like it's almost kind of like, I don't know if this grandparent was given a vision about you. Kind of like they received kind of like a vision or a promise or maybe a word from God about you. And so they just kind of knew, like, okay, when she's born, this is the role that I'm supposed to play. And I feel like this grandparent, they may not be alive anymore. I'm not 100% sure on that. They may not be alive anymore. They could be. I don't know 100%. But you will know who this person is. This woman was very, quote unquote, godly. She was very godly. A very strong, faith-filled woman of God. And but she wasn't, I don't sense any type of like she wasn't judgmental. She was just, but she was very godly. And I feel like this is somebody that you have or would have had a lot of respect for, because she just represented a spiritual strength. Like, you kind of like, this is, you know, my grandmother, this grandparent of yours represents kind of like the old school, the real deal. And I feel like whoever this grandparent is of yours, they have been kind of protecting you in a way, your whole life, like spiritually covering you with prayer and interceding for you by praying over you, and trusting God with your life. Basically, you know, their influence in your life was more indirect. Like, they trusted God to direct you in the way that you needed to go, instead of trying to dogmatically tell you or program you or tell you this is what you have to do. And I feel like, because to come back to your question, because your destiny, your calling, the calling on your life didn't turn out like it doesn't look the way that maybe you thought it was going to look, or the way that maybe they thought it was going to look. You know, that's where that kind of isolated, alienated, weird feeling has come from. And so what the divine is wanting me to tell you specifically is, everything that's happened in your life has been intentional, and it's on purpose. In other words, there's no flaws in your design. There's no flaws in your design. Who it is that you are is exactly the person that you need to be for the work that you came here to do. The people that you were meant to touch, the relationship that you were meant to have, the impact that you were meant to create. Like, you are the woman that you need to be. Not something else, not somebody else. And I know it might feel confusing for you, because you can't look around. Like, you can't find what that, you can't find like a role model, like a shoe that fits what that's supposed to look like. And the divine is saying, well, no, because it's never been filled before. So I'm going to use a metaphor. It's like you're creating your own job role, right? It's like if you worked at a company and you saw that there was this need in the company, and it's like, we don't have a specific role for this, but I bet I could do this thing if you guys created a role for me. I could go and I could do this thing, and I would do it really well. And so then, the people that own the company are like, wow, that's really brilliant. Yeah, we can see how that would be beneficial. We can see how we need somebody to fill that role, and we don't have a job title for that. We don't have that here. And so you kind of create your own job. And that's what the divine is saying is you've been looking around at like, well, what is my work? What is my destiny? Am I supposed to be like that person? Should I be like that? Is it supposed to look like this? The divine is saying, no, it's supposed to look the way, whatever it is that you make it. Because you are the unique thing. There is not another thing. Like, you're creating your own job. You're creating your own thing. Like, you'll be the only version of this thing. You'll be the 1.0. Like, this is me. I'm like, you're innovating something that's never been created before, basically. Right? So let's see what else the divine wants you to know about this. At least, coming into the new year here. Okay, so you have kindred partnership here, and there's two energies attached to this, by the way. Okay. Okay, so this is what I have for you. I'm going to start here and move, obviously, to the rest of them. So there's two energies attached to this Kindred Spirits card. I don't know what your relationship status is right now, but if you haven't met your forever person, you're going to meet your forever person. And I don't usually make bold predictions like this, like, unless I really feel strongly, but I feel it strongly for you. So I don't know if it's going to be, I mean, it could very well be this year. So I don't know. I don't have like a specific feeling or sense around the timing of this, but what I can tell you is that this person is not, like, they're probably from a different country. That's what I'm getting. So they may not be from the States, or at the very least they're not local to you. So, if you've been looking for partnership or something, I don't know, but you've got there's an energy that I strongly sense here, that like a soul contract, whatever you want to call it, of somebody that you're meant to meet, you're destined to meet, and they're either they're not from this country originally, or they're not anywhere near you locally. So this would be somebody that, you get the point. Second energy attached to the kindred partnership energy is the people that you're meant to serve. This is like your soul tribe. And so this year, you're going to start connecting with people that are in your soul tribe as much as you're willing to step out of your comfort zone. Okay? Happy success. This year, the divine is saying there's a lot of breakthroughs that are intended to come forward for you this year. And what you're supposed to be doing is you're meant to work with something, like you're meant to either be some type of coach, some type of teacher, caretaker. I don't know. Like, it could be a blend of things. Like, there may not even be a title for it yet, because you haven't come up with one. But what we can see here is this professional assistance is kind of giving you a clue about what that thing is. Obviously, you're assisting people. And then we have fear and we have victim mentality. So I feel that you're kind of like what we're going to call an undercover agent. Like, you're going to take your spiritual gifts, and you're going to it's like that's like, those are the tools that you have in your tool belt, but you're just going to go out into the world, and you're not going to look like a spiritual person, if that makes sense. Like, you're not going to act all spiritually and wooey and all that kind of stuff. It's like people are going to be, she's a really awesome, cool chick, But underneath that, like, you're always using your spiritual gifts, and you're able to help people because you have this spiritual knowledge, and you're going to just intuitively begin to understand what people are going through as you start to step into this role, and you're going to be able to help them with anxiety and depression. Some people might have some type of addiction, and then there's some people who also just have kind of like a poverty mentality of life, like they've just been through, maybe they grew up in poverty. Maybe they grew up in abusive families or whatever. Like there's several different energies attached to both of these cards. But overall, you're supposed to be helping people come out of darkness and connect to God. And that could be whatever language you decide to use for it. But I feel like you're going to be using the word God for some reason, because that came through very specifically. And I feel like that's kind of like I don't want to speak for you, country, but I feel strongly that somehow you're going to kind of like, you're going to kind of like, you're like what I would call almost like a pseudo Christian or a progressive Christian, where it's like, yeah, I believe in God. I have faith, and there are things that I realize now that weren't bad things, that I grew up with in the church, because I've spiritually matured and I realize those things are actually good things. And it's very inviting to people because people can relate to that, right? But your relationship to the divine, your relationship with God is very personal. And so even if you shift the terminology you use, if you shift certain things that you say, you shift certain beliefs that you have, when you're doing your work to help create an environment that's more safe and accepting for people, then like that's what you'll do. Like you'll know how to communicate with people in a way to where God becomes something, or faith or belief, spiritual concepts become inviting, because that's what you're meant to do. Like at the end of the day, you're meant to help people connect to God. You're here to help people come out of fear, loss, darkness, whatever words you want to use. You're here to help connect people. You're a light worker. And I know that sounds very cheesy and very generic, but that's what you are. You're a light worker. You're here to take people out of the darkness and plug them into the light. That's what you are. And so that's what you're meant to do. And I really feel that this year you're meant to start connecting these dots this year. And the divine's going to help you if you stay open to it. And as long as you ask the divine for help, then the divine will obviously help you. And then, like I said, it's very possible you might meet somebody suddenly this year, at some point this year, because this partnership energy came out for a reason. I mean, if this was like 5-10 years or however long off into the future, it wouldn't have shown up now. Even if it was something that you didn't need to know about until like a year from now, potentially it wouldn't have shown up here. So the fact that the divine was like highlighting this for you right now, I take that as an indicator that it's something that, probably at least within this year, something to keep your eyes open for. Of course, all things can change based on our free will choices, but that's kind of the general, like that's what you're supposed to be focusing on, what you're supposed to be doing. And there's something about your, again, your grandparents and all of that, like there's something there's like a clue there. So that might be something like if, you have other relatives that you can connect with and kind of like There might be some things that you didn't even know about. Like, hey, like, was I ever prayed for when I was a kid? Or like, something that you may have never been told. I don't know. But that is also something, there's a clue, if that makes sense. There's a clue there for you in some regard. But anyways, that's what I have for you. All right. Curly, if you are here, Curly, you may ask your question. Hey, Elaine, I'm just now seeing you in the chat. And if there's anybody that's just now hopping on, please like and subscribe to the channel if you feel led to do so. And if you would like to skip the queue, there are links in the descriptions box there. You can donate if you like. You certainly don't have to. Curly, if you are here, you can drop your question into the chat. And if Curly is not here, then we can jump to hello. Okay. I would like to know if my legal case will go in my favor and will I get better health-wise? All right. Well, that's technically two questions, but All right, Curly. So with your court case, I think what's going to happen is, and you're going to have to take this with a grain of salt, but based on what I see here is just like with most things that go through the court, they go through like it's very rarely a very I mean rarely is it ever a fast process. And so I feel like most likely what's going to happen is you're probably going to it's going to act like it's going there's this long period of silence here basically, like you're not hearing anything, 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 and then suddenly out of nowhere, you know, you're going to get an update and basically saying, hey, you know, it's moving into the next phase, or, you know, basically there's progress essentially. So with the high priestess being here, you know, this is really kind of like there's a long period of silence essentially. The page of swords over here to the left, there's a lot of I forget what it's called, legal terms, deliberating, I don't know what the term is for it, but you know, where they the lawyers are doing their things back and forth, whatever that's called, whatever that process is. That's what's going on basically. And there's a long period of silence, and then out of nowhere you got the Fool over here. You have you know, you have this progress. Now these cards down here, it's interesting. So this card you can't really see the you can't really see the words on it. It doesn't matter. This card says seasons. So again, there's you know, this is telling me that there's, you know, it's indicating time. Like, you know, this isn't going to be a quick process. And then we have not aligned here. I think this energy and the second chance energy, these two energies here basically are just giving me feedback about kind of what it's about, even though I didn't ask about that. I mean, obviously, you know, you and somebody aren't seeing eye to eye about something, or you wouldn't be having court, but then you have fulfillment here. And so I do think that ultimately, when it's all said and done with this fulfillment card being here, I think it's going to go more in your favor than not. To what extent, I don't know. So I can't tell you like it's going to go all in your favor. It's going to go some in your favor, but for the most part, you're going to be happy with whatever the outcome is. Ultimately, you're going to be happy with whatever the outcome is. Now, there is something here I do want to mention. Like, there's this male figure here, this King of Wands, and we have the second chance energy down here. So you may have a surprise in all of this. Like, there could be a surprise. Something happens that you're not aware of. Something that just randomly shows up. A conversation that's had, something. There's some type of something that happens here that that's unexpected with these two cards here. And yeah, underneath the second chances, we have this building card, which is more about the intention. And underneath the King of Wands, we have a Page of Cups, which is kind of like an apology thing here. So I don't know. You might just be surprised. You might be surprised by a conversation or a reaction or something that happens a a little bit further down the road. I mean, it could happen anytime, but I feel specifically for you, I feel like it's something that's going to happen or occur closer towards the end of things. Like, I don't think it's going to be something that happens, you know, like I don't think it's going to be like super immediate, like tomorrow or something, or or next week. It might be closer towards the end of whatever's going on, and as things start to get closer to the end, you have this kind of, I don't know, right? There could be an apology for something. There could be somebody who's like, hey, on second, on second thought, like whatever's going on here, you just might be surprised by something, okay? For whatever that is, I don't know, but the energy is there for it. Now, I'll do this really quick for you. I'll just do a really quick check on your health. You asked if your health was going to get better. Okay, the message is very clear about your health. The message is very, very clear about your health. So what the divine is wanting you to know about your health is you need to get out of this fear of uncertainty. This fear of the unknown and this fear of uncertainty is eating you alive right now, which is the moon card. So all the energy that's attached to the moon right now is the fear of the unknown, the uncertainty about what's going on. The Six of Swords is saying you got to find mental peace again, right? The Six of Swords is all about moving out of, mental chaos. And here it's about moving out of the fear and the unknown, the uncertainty about your situation. And it's about coming up with a plan. So the Two of Wands is about having a plan. Like you can't, your health isn't going to improve unless you decide, you make a decision, you come up with a game plan about what you're going to do to improve your health. Now, obviously, part of it is getting out of the stress and the fear of the unknown, but then you need a practical plan as well. And only you know what that is for you. Like, do you need to change what you're eating? Do you need to move your body more? Do you need, like only you will know what it is that you need, but you just need to have a practical plan. So this isn't, there's no fancy, there's no fancy, I don't know what the word is, man. You just need a plan, a practical plan, right? Like if you're eating too much junk food, stop eating the junk food. If you're consuming too much sugar and sodas or alcohol or whatever, if your diet is shit, then clean up your diet. If you're not exercising or moving your body enough, exercise and move your body. It's not rocket science. It's just saying a practical plan. And then the Eight of Swords is basically tied to the moon, which is basically saying, getting out of the stories that you're telling yourself in your head, because you're creating all these worst case scenarios. That's what this is about for you specifically. You're living in worst case scenarios. What if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? And you're catastrophizing. In your mind, you're catastrophizing. You're expecting the worst, expecting the worst, expecting the worst. What if this? What if this? It's all the negative narratives. And the divine is saying, you got to get out of your own way. You got to stop telling yourself all these terrible stories, all the what ifs. You don't know what's going to happen. And the more that you feed that negative energy, the more likely it is that you're going to manifest the outcome that you don't want, right? So you need to start focusing more on your mental health first, because once you get your mind straight, once you get peace back in your body and your mind, then everything else will follow. Like, you're not going to have health in your body or health in anywhere else in your life if you're stuck here, right? Like, if you're mentally, if you're mentally a shit show right now, then everything else is going to be a shit show. So right now, you need to focus on your mindset. You need to focus on peace, clearing your mind, calming your nerves, regulating your nervous system, all those types of things. And as you get peace in your mind and you stop worrying about all this stuff and stop catastrophizing and living in worst case scenario thinking, then your health will start to improve. You'll be able to think better. You'll eat, sleep better. You'll be motivated, and it'll be easier for you to come up with a plan you can actually follow through with. All right. So hopefully that makes sense regards to your health. So yes, you can improve your health, but that's what you're going to need to do to start working in a positive direction. Okay, Elaine donated. Did anybody else donate? I saw that come through. Elaine just donated. Did anybody else donate that I missed? If not, then Elaine, you can post your question, my friend. And for those of you who are into some retro music, some early 80s, late 80s, early 90s type stuff, I just dropped a link in the chat for that. You guys can check out my music channel if you like. How far is my intuition right now? I feel like I have developed more in believing into my gut. Okay. Let's take a look at your question. How far is your intuition? The first thing that the divine is saying for you, Elaine, is the best metric for, or the best measurement, the best metric for your intuition is to put yourself in a position to serve other people. Like the divine is saying, like the spiritual gifts that we have, and we all have a spiritual gift, right? Now, some people are very gifted in understanding business. And some people are really good at teaching. Some people are really good at caretaking. Like we all have a spiritual gift. And so what the divine is saying is the best way for you to measure your spiritual growth, and this isn't just for Elaine, so for those of you out there who have, if you're interested to know what this might be for you or how this might apply for you and your life, then don't tune out because this is not your reading. But the best indicator to discover or understand what your spiritual gift is and how you're growing spiritually, even just in general. Like even if we take the word, we take the language out of it, your spiritual gift, even if we remove that language, the best indicator of your spiritual growth as a human being, because you are your spiritual gift, like, they're not separate. You are your spiritual gift. Who you are is your spiritual gift, ultimately, just like me. I can't separate my spiritual gift from me. It's me. This is the spiritual gift. I'm here. I'm me. I'm doing it, right? Those things are not separate. I can't separate them. Without me, there is no spiritual gift, and without a spiritual gift, there is no me. They're one and the same. So what the divine is saying, Elaine, and for the rest of you as well, is as you begin to serve other people, when you figure out where your gift, like where your gift is, like the need, like a tool. Like we have screwdrivers because we have screws. We have hammers because there's nails. We have saws because things have to be cut. Just like scissors, we have staples because things need to be fastened together, or tape because things need to be stuck. So we all have a spiritual gift because there is a need in this world, and we're all needed for something. And when you get connected to the need, you get connected to the thing that you're here to do, the people you're here to serve, the thing you're here to create, whatever your spiritual gift is, then you'll start to understand, you'll be able to measure it. You'll be able to go, okay, well, how am I developing in my spiritual journey, right? But let's see what the divine wants to say specifically to that for you. So I hope that makes sense. But, that's really the best indicator, is just to come out and do the thing like I'm doing right now. And more so recently in another capacity for me is, my entire life, I've had this music inside of me. And I've been a musician for 28 years. And before I became a drummer when I was 16 actually. So before I became a drummer when I was 16, long before that, as far back as I can remember, probably when I was like 4 or 5 years old, as far back as I can remember, I would pretend that I was a musician. I would pretend I was a singer. I would pretend I was a guitar player. I would pretend I was a drummer. I pretend I would play keyboard. Like I played all the instruments. And I've just always had this music inside of me. And it's very frustrating because I did not have the talent, the musical talent, to play all of the instruments that I heard in my head to create the music. And I just could never get it, and trying to do it myself or with other people and trying to explain what I was hearing in my mind, I didn't have the vocabulary to do it. So it was very frustrating. But now, because of how far along we've advanced in technology and these things, technology has allowed for ideas and the ability to create this music. And obviously it's not being created by human beings, it's being created by software, but it's still coming out of my mind. Like I have to tell that software what to create. It doesn't create it by itself. I have to program it. I have to say, this is exactly what I want it to sound like, how I want it to, it's getting that idea, just like a producer for a movie. You have this idea, this image in your mind of this thing that you see, and you want to bring it out into the world, and you want to share it exactly as you see it in your brain. You have this vision. You're like, oh, this is this movie that I have, and you can see it picture by picture, frame by frame, chapter by chapter, and you've got it all. You can see it in your mind, and so you just have to know how to find the right actors and the right the right shot, the right filters. You have to know how to get that idea out of your head and bring it into the world exactly the way that you see it, just like an artist does. And so, you know, a lot of us, we have, you know, as Wayne Dyer would say, we all have this music inside of us. And he has one of my favorite quotes of his is, "Don't die with your music still inside of you." Right? We all have something inside of us, your spiritual gift, your creativity, whatever that is. And the only way that you're going to know what's possible is by exposing, bringing it out, just like I'm doing right now. You know, when I come out here, and I say this every single time to you guys, like, I'm a nervous, like, well, I shouldn't say I'm a nervous wreck. That's not true. But I never sit down and hit, like, to live stream, to come out here on YouTube and do readings for people that I don't feel nervous. Like, every time I come out here, it's not natural for me. You know, it's not like I'm like, oh man, my God, I'm just going to go out here and I feel super confident at it. Like, you know, it's something I have to, like, amp myself up for. It's like, hey, you know, I have this gift and I'm not using it. And so, like, the divine's, like, always on me. It's like, you know, you're not using your gift. You're not doing the thing that you came here to do. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, and, you know, I got to go through this whole mental thing. And then finally I come out here and I'm just like, all right, you know, fuck it. Sit down on the chair, hit the record button, grab the fucking cards. And I'm like, all right, well, let's see what happens. I have no idea what's going to happen. And every single time it's a what I call a spiritual trust fall. Every single time I come out here, it's a spiritual trust fall. You know, like, because I know that you know, you're all real people with real lives, and you have time. You know, your time is precious to you. You're coming out here. Your questions are important to you, and you're entrusting me. You know, even though it's a free reading, you're still entrusting me with things that are important to you. And I don't take that lightly. And so, you know, I come out here with a lot of feeling the pressure and the weight of all of that. But the more that I do it, and I'm getting to my point, the more that I do it, then the easier it becomes for me. And then once I get into that state of, like, I've removed my ego, I've removed my fear, I've removed all the bullshit, I'm just in the state now where the divine is kind of taken over. It's like, okay, like, and now it's chill. Like, I can do this all night. And some of you guys have seen, I think the longest reading that I've ever done straight was 12 hours, I think, straight, you know, like, without stopping. So, you know, it's like, I just go to a different place. The energy, it's like, until my body just my brain literally can't do it anymore, I can just do it forever, because it's not even me doing it anymore. And so, anyway, the best way to you know, to measure your growth is by connecting your gift to the people or the thing that it's meant for. But I feel like I get at least three messages here for you. Three cards. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Well, I'm not surprised to see this for you. All right. So now the divine wants to go and talk about something else. You're like, I want to talk about my spiritual stuff, and the divine's like, no, I want to talk about something else. So what the divine wants to talk to you about, and you already know. Elaine, you already know. I don't even have to tell you. This card right here. Reunion. Reunion and mirror effect. They got these two, I don't like Black Panther looking. Yeah, I guess those are panthers maybe. And then we have these two ladies here facing each other. And then we have communication here. And then we have a reproach here with two snakes. A lot of twos. A lot of mirror symbolism here happening for you. So the divine is basically saying, hey, I know you're not trying to focus on this too much, which is good. You shouldn't be trying to focus on it too much, because I know it's like, it's been, it's been a journey for you. It's been a long journey for you. But the divine is saying, some things that you finally let go of, some things that you finally resolved, which is good. Like just resolving it within yourself. Like, okay, just finally getting to a place of like, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. That's kind of like a state of neutrality. And that's a good place for everybody to be in. Like detached from outcome, but yet holding space for possibility. And I know that's a paradox, but that's what spirituality calls for all of us. So if you're out there still waiting for your reading, and you're listening to my voice, and you can hear what I'm saying, then that message is for you, not just for Elaine. It's for all of us. Spirituality is a paradox that requires us to hold two seemingly opposing things at the same time. And so the best way to do that is to be detached. And detachment doesn't mean not having a desire, not feeling. It doesn't mean not caring. Detachment just means you're not holding on to a specific outcome. You're embracing all possibilities still. That's really what detachment means. It just means, hey, I'm holding the potential for all possibilities. And for some of you that have been around for a hot minute, you guys have heard me talk about this before. It's called living with the open hand. What does that mean? It means that you're not holding on to something. Because when you're holding on to something, then that's attachment. Because you want to control. You're trying to control something. Like, I've got to have this. And the divine's not going to try to take it away from you if you want to hold it. If you want to hold on to something and you want to be in control, the divine's like, fine. You get to be in control and you get to hold on to it with all, whatever you want to do. Because the divine's never going to violate your free will. But if you want what's in your highest good and the thing that you're holding on to is not in your highest good, then you're going to have to live with the open hand, because the divine is not going to violate your free will. The divine is never going to make you let go of something that you're holding on to. But if this thing is not in your highest good, then the divine cannot give you what's in your highest good, because you're not allowing the divine to do so. So when you live with the open hand, then now it gives the divine an opportunity to come and take whatever's in your hand currently out of your hand and put something new in your hand. And then, if the divine wants to take this side of your hand and give you something better than that, then, the divine gives you something better than that. And so that's what living detached means. It means I trust the divine to know what I need, and so I'm here to receive. That's a mouthful. I'm trusting the divine to know what I need so that I can receive. Like, I want what's in my highest good. That's a better way to say it. Living with the open hand is just your way of telling the divine, I want what's in my highest good. Not what I think is in my highest good, what is actually in my highest good. So if that relationship isn't good for me, take it away. If that job isn't good for me, give me a better job. If my current level of money and abundance isn't good for me, Give me a better level of abundance. If what's working in my life is not working very well, give me a better way to live my life, right? It's just inviting the divine to participate in our life instead of constantly being control freaks, because most all of us are control freaks, you know? Like it's you know, I don't know about you guys, but again, I grew up in the church, and it was, you know, all the time. People, the times in life that I've seen people become the most spiritual is when their life is blowing up. When the rug gets pulled out from underneath you, your life is blowing up, shit hits the fan, like, or you get super scared, you know, like back when 9/11 happened, way back in the day, right? All of a sudden, the whole country got spiritual real fast because we'd never had anything like that happen to us before. And it scared a lot of people because they're like, well, man, what, if this can happen to us, then what else could happen to us? And so all of a sudden there was this huge spiritual movement, people going to churches, and everyone got spiritual real fast, you know? And it's interesting because there's only 2 times that you typically hear people crying out to God. It's either in the bedroom when they're about to have an orgasm, or when something shocking and terrifying is about to happen, right? You're about to hit another car, like you see something crazy about to happen. You're driving down the interstate at 80 miles per hour, and you see this crazy thing, this crazy car wreck's about to happen. You know, and what do people do? They scream out to God. It's this reflex that human beings have, and it's like people who claim to be atheists, people who claim to believe in nothing, get really spiritual really fast when shit's about to hit the fan, right? And I just always think that that's very ironic because, you know, you can sit there all day long when you're comfortable and everything is hunky-dory and be like, oh, yeah, I don't believe in God. I'm this. It's like, well, you know, we'll see how non-spiritual you are when, you know, shit hits the fan. And so spiritual maturity is about not waiting for shit to hit the fan to trust the divine. Going back to my point here, living with the open hand is trusting the divine always. And it takes a level of spiritual maturity to live in this place because we're human and we're safety and certainty driven creatures. We're creatures of comfort. We like things to be predictable, right? We like to know that we're going to get a steady paycheck. We like to know that we're going to have a roof over our heads. We like to know that we're going to be able to go to the grocery store and not have a toilet paper apocalypse because of a respiratory virus. You know, like I still to this day can't wrap my mind around that phenomenon. Like you have a respiratory virus, but you're buying toilet paper. You know, you're leaking fluid out of your nose. You're not leaking fluid out of your butthole. Why are you buying, you know, why are you selling it the toilet paper, whatever the thing was. Anyways, I got way off topic with that. So for you, Elaine, the divine is wanting you to know that you have a situation coming up for you that you have up to this point you've let go of, or you have at the very least you've just kind of like, you know, it is what it is. Like, you know, it's not controlling your energy so much anymore. You've just kind of, you know, whatever happens, which is you finally got to a really good place with this. And because you've gotten to a good place with it, it's like this situation's about to evolve into the next level where you and this person are going to have an opportunity to re-explore some things. And I think the intentions and motives going into it are going to be very different for you this time, because if you can stay in that neutral place of there doesn't need to be a specific outcome, It can just be, okay, this person reaches out to me. Cool. I'm just here to learn. I'm here to be a student of life and to walk away with whatever is for my highest good. If you can go into this situation with that mentality, then you will have successfully accomplished what this was all about for you. So the divine is saying, just go into it with that mentality. I'm just here to know what's in my highest good. That's it. No other outcomes, no other anything like. So you didn't ask about that, but the divine wanted to tell you about it. So and it's going to be a big game changer for you as well, Elaine. Like whatever happens with this situation for you, it's gonna change a lot of things. Like it's gonna bring a lot of things. It's gonna answer a lot of questions. It's gonna bring a lot of pieces together. It's gonna make a lot of things that didn't make sense over the years. It's gonna make those things that didn't make sense over the years start to make sense. And I guess Gina is up next. Yeah, I got Gina's donation. So Gina, you may post your question. Okay. What message does the divine have for me about what is unfolding in the next chapter of my life? Running out of space. Well, you got some things fixing to pay off for you, my friend. And potentially some good things here. We got this big happy changes energy. All right, so let's yeah, I've run out of space. Oh, well. Maybe it's there. Okay. So Gina. Let's start with these top 3 cards here because these are the things that the divine wants to highlight the most for you because these are the cock blocks. All right. We got the 4 of Cups. We have the Hangman. We have the 10 of Wands. These are the cock blocks. So, the 4 of Cups, I feel like it's just your kind of current status in life right now. I think there's a part of you that is, on one hand, there's a part of you that's feeling a little bit bored, but there's another part of you as well that's a little disappointed. Like, and I think you're trying to play it cool about the level of distaste or disappointment that you have, or that you're really feeling rather, about probably what started in your romantic life, but now it's kind of crept into just your life in general. Like, there's a part of you that's just, for lack of better words, it's kind of like, is this all there is? Like, and maybe those aren't the words that you would use, but that's the word, that's what's coming to me. It's like, is this all there is? Like, just gonna wake up tomorrow and do the same thing, and if I do this, is it gonna have the same outcome? Like, there's a sense that for you, you've been feeling like nothing's really been changing, and so you feel kind of like apathetic or disappointed. And I feel like there's a part of it that affected your ability, your confidence rather, to like want to do more, because you're kind of, there's a part of you that's kind of like, what's the point? Like, I put effort into something and I feel like I don't get any results. So, what's the point of doing something? Which brings us to the Hangman. And so the divine is like, well, you've cooked some things in your life, like a child. You've cooked a child in your belly before. And the divine is giving me this analogy for you specifically. It's like, what was it like, having your first child? The very first time you knew you were pregnant and you had your very first child inside of you, and going through each month, or each week rather, of each month, and all the different changes and the hormones, and trying to sleep and then waking up, and how you felt, like all of the different, that whole process of having this living creature inside of you that's waiting to come out, and the way that having this thing growing inside of you affected your hormones and your mood, and affected what you could do, what you couldn't do, how you could sleep, how you couldn't sleep, how you could eat, what you couldn't eat. Like, the further along that you got in your pregnancy, it's like the more careful and cautious you had to be. It's like, because, you're getting close now. And it's like this thing is, you got this far and it needs to, you need to let it, you need to let it finish now. You need to let it finish baking in the oven so that it's born healthy. So the reason the divine is giving this to you is saying that it's not that your effort and your work hasn't been paying off. It's that you've just been a little bit impatient about your expectations of the results. Because again, when going back to what I was just saying to Elaine, when we're surrendering to the divine and we are inviting the divine into a process, because that's what we're doing. The divine does not, we have to invite the divine every single day. It's not a one-time thing. It's like when you wake up tomorrow, it's a new day. So the divine is like, hey, do you still want, do you still want me to participate with you today? It's just like when you're on the phone with somebody, right? It's like someone calls you on the phone. It's like, well, if I'm talking to you on my phone right now, I'm talking to you on my phone right now. But if I hang up with you on the phone right now and I want to talk to you again, I have to call you, and that's a different phone call. It's a new phone call. It's like, okay, well, I'm tired. I'm going to go to sleep. So I go to bed. It's like, all right, well, I'll call you in the morning. Well, I have to call you in the morning. That's a whole new conversation. And either you answer that phone call or you don't answer it. I either make that phone call or I don't make it. And so all those variables depend on whether or not you and I talk. And so that's how it is with the divine. The divine is like, hey, do you want me, to participate with you tomorrow? When you wake up and it's a new day tomorrow, do you want me to continue to participate in your life? And then you wake up tomorrow and you either say yes or you say no, consciously or unconsciously. And then the day after that, you wake up and the divine's like, do you want me to participate with you in whatever is happening today? And the answer is either yes or no, consciously or unconsciously, which, by the way, is why the here and now card is here. So everything that I'm talking to you about right now, Gina, it has to do with this, the here and now. And on this card, you can see this little tiny sign that says past and this little tiny sign that's pointing to the future. And then you have this little really weird emo girl, this little emo girl who looks like Jean with this little coming out of the top of this egg with the like a little thing on it, whatever that is. But anyways, what the divine is saying is that you're being asked to not get complacent, or not that might not be the right word, to not confuse what you've been doing by misunderstanding that nothing is occurring. Because when the divine is asking you to be in the here and now, and you're like, well, I've been doing all the things that the divine's been telling me to do, but I'm not getting any results. And it's like, well, you're misunderstanding something. That goes back to the analogy of you being pregnant. That kid is growing inside you, and you don't see it, and you wouldn't have any insights to it if you could not get a sonogram, if we didn't have that technology to look into your womb with that sonogram and see the image of that child and see how it's developing, see how it's growing, seeing if there's any issues with how it's forming inside of you, right? Like, that's a process. So that process takes time. And so just because you haven't been seeing the result doesn't mean that there's nothing cooking in the oven. Stuff is cooking in the oven, hence this egg. And look, this is you coming out of the egg, by the way. And so the most important thing that's been cooking in the oven, which takes me over here to the regeneration card for you, which is basically this, let me move this out of the way. So you have all of this like rock and lava, and it's like burnt and this wasteland. And here is this tree coming out of basically a wasteland. There's new life coming out of rock and ash and debris, right? And so what the divine has been wanting you to realize is the importance of the new you that you've been becoming by doing the work. And instead of being so focused on what you're going to get by who you're becoming. And that's a very normal human thing to do. We're all guilty of it. We're all guilty of wanting the thing that we want without understanding what's more important than getting the thing that we think that we want. Who we become is far more important than anything that we ever acquire, because things that are outside of us can be taken away from us. Things that are outside of us can be destroyed, right? We can lose those things. We can't control those things. We are the only thing that we can control and rely upon. And when I say rely upon, I don't mean in an unhealthy way, like, okay, it's just me, myself, I gotta just rely upon me, fuck everybody else. Like, that's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying ultimately at the end of the day, we are the only thing that we can control. And the more that we turn inward and the more that we connect to our power, and this is the thing that spirituality fails, it fails miserably at explaining. It's the most simple thing. It's like spiritual basics 101, spiritual kindergarten. It's the most basic principles of all spiritual teachings, and yet spirituality still gets it wrong. Which is this absence of understanding that the intention of everything that we're meant to do is to go inward, to connect to our divinity, connect to our power. And then once we go inside to connect to who it is that we are, get a solid sense of identity, figure out who we are, why we're here, and we understand ourselves, then we turn around and we take that power and we bring it outside to the outside world. And that's when we start manifesting, because now we know, okay, this is who I am. This is what kind of creature I am. If I'm a bird, I was meant to fly. If I'm a dog, I was meant to bark. If I'm a fish, I was meant to swim. What kind of animal, what kind of creature did I come into this world to be? Well, I came into this world to be an Eddie. I came into this world to be a Jean. I came into this world to be a Gina, right? And so when you figure out the thing that you are here to be, and you start being the thing that you are truly meant to be, then you start manifesting and creating the life naturally that was always intended for you to have. But we live in a constant state of confusion because we don't know who we are. That's the main issue with all of us, which is why I wrote this book. The whole reason I wrote this book was to help people understand everything that I just said. The importance of you figuring out what it is that you're supposed to be, so that you could start being that thing, and then as you become that thing, then the rest of your life takes care of itself. Fish don't have to beg for an ocean. Squirrels and birds, birds don't have to beg for wings to fly. Dogs don't have to beg to bark. Like they come pre-installed with the ability to bark. Like we're all naturally designed to thrive in a certain environment that we were made to thrive and create and exist in. And the reason that we don't get what we want a lot of times in life is because we live in a society that has tried to program us all to be the same thing. We're all just carbon copies, cookie cutter copies. Society wants us all to be the same thing. You go to the same school, you learn the same It's one size fits all for everybody, with very little variances in life, because society and politics and the government and those that control us don't give a shit about your purpose in life. They don't give a shit about your divinity or your creator. They care about you as a pawn. You live in a matrix where there are, controlling forces and controlling people who benefit and thrive upon you being a pawn in their game. You're just a social security number. You're just a pawn. And so they program us all to be the same thing. But when you step out of the matrix and you become awakened and you discover who and what it is that you truly are, then everything changes, because you can figure out where you were truly meant to belong in this world. What was your path? Why are you here? What are your people? Who's your tribe? What kind of partner should you be with? What types of people should you not be around? All of those questions get answered, and the divine wants us to have clarity, not confusion. So that's why the hangman is here. The hangman here is about having a different perspective. Even though you feel like nothing's happening, the hangman for Eugene is about having a different perspective. The divine is asking you to have a different perspective about what's really been going on, because you've just been the baby inside of the spiritual cocoon. This is the spiritual cocoon, this egg. And this is you coming out. And the you that's coming out up here is the same you that's coming out here in the regeneration card. And the yin energy is feminine energy. It's about receiving. It's about waiting. But feminine energy is also the mother energy. It's about multiplying something that's given. Right? That's what you're here to do. Your feminine energy. You're meant to multiply things. And so, but because of the confusion around your spiritual growth and your spiritual development, because again, you've been basing your progress off of outcomes that you desire, the things that you've been wanting to happen. I've been wanting this to happen, and the divine's like, I know you want that. I know you want this in your life. I'm going to give it to you, but but if you have to follow the process. If you're going to surrender to what's in your highest good, then you have to surrender completely to what's in your highest good. The divine, you can't, once we surrender to that's the whole purpose of surrendering to the divine, is saying, okay, I'm surrendering to whatever it is the divine is doing, even if I don't have a clue what the divine is doing. Which most of the time, no one has a clue what the divine is doing, because the divine doesn't tell us what it's doing. I have no clue what the divine is doing in my life right now. If I'm honest with you guys, I have a sense. There's some things that I know that I probably should be doing or could be doing more of. But in the grand scheme of things, I'm sitting right here with you. If I took this deck and I threw some cards out, I almost guarantee you this card would come out for me, because I'm in a similar place. That would be a good sign. So what I'm trying to say to you, this is a good omen. When this card comes out, it's good. It means you're doing the right thing. But if you misinterpret that nothing is happening, then you're missing the point, because you're looking outside of yourself instead of inside of yourself for the changes that really matter. So what the divine is saying is all this baggage, all this burden, all this stuff, this tension that you have, the 10 of Wands, is a result of a narrative that you have that's regarding expectations. You have an expectation for certain outcomes that have not happened yet. And the divine is like, but wait, big happy changes are coming. But wait, they're coming within the next months. It doesn't mean it's going to take that many months, but it's saying, hey, you're closer than you've ever been before. Oh, look, then you have this peaceful resolution. Oh, you have this message in a bottle. And there's the message in the bottle twice. The Eight of Wands is fast changes, quick progress. That's one energy. The second energy is communication about something that's happening in your future that you've been waiting for. There's two different ways that the Three of Wands, right? It's about going out into the world. It's setting sail, new horizons, going after the things that you want in life, putting your plans into action. But then there's the other side of the energy, which is I'm waiting. This is a very cliche way that you hear tarot readers will say, waiting for your ships to come in. And it's not that they're wrong. It's just two different ways to read the energy, right? And so the way that we could read this energy is there's been long-awaited things that you've been waiting for, that you've been moving towards, but that are also, these things are moving towards you, and things are going to begin to start to happen very quickly for you now. And one of which has to do with, I think, a romantic connection here. And there's a surprise energy for you. There's not a card on the table that says surprise, but we can't read what's in this bottle. And that's the surprise. The surprise is, we can't see the message that's in the bottle yet. But you have a message that's in the bottle. It's just like a fortune cookie. We don't know what the fortune is inside of the cookie until we get the fortune cookie itself, and we open it and we pull out the fortune. So, that's what's coming in for you. Is in the fortune. It's not. You're not getting another fortune this time. Like whatever's inside the whatever's inside the cookie for you this time is an actual thing. It's something you've been waiting for. And so the divine is just wanting to, this really is a message of encouragement for you more than it is anything else. And I know that I'm not communicating in a way that probably sounds very encouraging because of my communication style, the way that I communicate, my tone and the words I use, and it comes out very direct and very direct. Messages come through me very, very direct, but it's actually a message. It's the intention of this message is for you to actually be encouraged. The divine wants to encourage you out of the Four of Cups energy here, because the Four of Cups, there's always that blessing coming out of the cloud. The Three Cups are the empty cups of disappointment. And the person under the tree is a person who feels disappointed with life. But what they don't know, what they don't see yet, is the fourth cup, the blessing that's coming, because they've shut down, they've given up hope, they've resigned themselves, and they're like, okay, well, I'm not getting it. Nothing's happening. So why should I feel any different? And I'm not telling you that you're wrong for how you've been feeling, because I get it. You're human and I'm human, and I feel the same way about things going into my life. The spirit, the nature of being a spiritual being, having a physical experience, or whatever that term is 2 steps forward, 1 step back, 1 step forward, 5 steps back, 10 steps forward, 3 steps back. It's always how it is. Life doesn't happen in a straight line. It's zigzag. It's a zigzag, right? Like sometimes we make leaps and bounds of progress and have all kinds of things that happen to us, and then at other times, it's like it feels like nothing's happening. And then other times, like it feels like we're going in reverse. It feels like everything bad that could happen to us is happening to us. But what we fail to understand is no matter where we are on our journey, the hero's journey, like no matter where we are on the hero's journey, everything is happening for our highest good if we allow it to. It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the divine plan. Where's my little little picture here. Let's see if I can. Yeah, let me do it. This one? No, I can let me do it there either. Maybe I can do this. Yeah, maybe I can do this. All right. So, yeah, the hero's journey. So, we got to go through this whole process. And you probably can't see my mouse cursor, but that's fine. You can tell. You get this. You know, we're starting times. We get up to the threshold, which is like the third step. You know, call to adventure, meeting a mentor, then you get to crossing the threshold. You get that far, and then sometimes you back off. You know, you go back to your comfort zone. You go back to start. Because for most people, crossing the threshold is the scariest part, because then, you know, where you see that line going across the middle there, it says the unknown. Most people are too afraid to step out of their comfort zone and step into the unknown, or step out of their comfort zone. But you've done that. You know, and then if you go all the way to the bottom of the very, 6 o'clock, you go all the way to the very bottom, you see the death and rebirth. And that's what this card is. The regeneration. That was the death and the rebirth energy. So I just wanted to show you that that picture, that illustration, because I felt led to, but also for you to understand that you've made progress and you've already done the hardest thing that most people don't ever do, which is step out of your comfort zone. Most people don't even do that. So the fact that, the fact that you did something that very, very, very few people ever do in their lifetime, you've already done that. So you're doing the work. It's paying off. Things are happening. The baby's in the oven. It's going to be born. And there is a payoff coming for you. And I know that was really long, and I appreciate all of you, everyone else that was listening for that. Patience, Gina donated. So if, again, if you guys, anybody can donate, and your reading will be prioritized too. But you specifically, Gina, don't assume that things have not been happening. Things are happening. So you just got to stay the course and let these things play out the way that they need to play out. But you've done the work. All right. I hope that made sense for you. Okay. Hello. Messages from my spirit team. You're welcome, Gina. Always appreciate you, and I'm so glad to see you tonight. Okay. So for you, hello. What the divine is wanting you to know, uh, kicking off this new year energy. I think I actually got one more. Yeah. Okay, so it's very ironic that I was just talking to Gina about stepping out of your comfort zone with the analogy of the hero's journey, and we have for you step out of your comfort zone, and then we also have courage. So there's two major themes here for you. What the divine wants you to know, and the two major themes here for you really have a lot to do with you learning how to start embracing who you are, and like just kind of like not holding, like not hiding your true self as much anymore. Like, so you have this card here. It says, you cast a spell with your existence. Magic flows brightly and radiantly within you. And so really this is basically talking about, like, again, like it's interesting tonight we've had this theme, like a very spiritual gifts type of theme. It's like a very identity spiritual theme tonight, you know. And it makes sense because, you know, again, we just all came out of a 9-year cycle in 2025. Like we just, you know, like where were you back in 2017? You know, and then fast forward the last 9 years to who you are now. You know, like a lot's happened in the last 9 years for all of us, I'm sure. And so you're stepping into this new you, whether you realize it or not, and the divine is wanting you to embrace this new you that you're becoming so that you can go out into the world and, you know, like start basically this confidence. Like the divine is wanting you to be confident in who you are and stop watering yourself down and hiding the parts of yourself. Like just being yourself. Because a lot of the things that, like, how do I say this? I think some people have a gift of, like, some people they have a gift of magnetism. Like some people just, they draw, you know, circumstances and people and things to them very easily. You know, like I have a friend and she's like that. Like she just lives her everyday life and stuff will just come to her. You know, I mean, she's like a projector in human design, if you know what that is, which that's what's supposed to happen when you're a projector. But, you know, she just gets, you know, random stuff will come to her. And it's crazy. Like most people have to go out and try hard to find that thing, or, you know, to find that resource, to find that opportunity. And those opportunities find her just, you know, she just goes out and she's doing her everyday thing, and then these opportunities just come out of nowhere. And someone like me, like I would have to go out and like work my ass off to get that same opportunity, and they're just, you know, they seem apparently, they to me, from my perspective, it feels like they're just handed to her. But that's not really what's happening. It's just that's one of her gifts. It's like she's here to attract things into her life, and that's, you know, that's just, you know, it's just her gift. And so you have that. My point in saying all this is you have that. You have a gift of magnetizing things to you, but you're not using it, so you're not magnetizing those things to you. And so that's what this card is essentially saying. Like, you cast a spell with your existence, meaning you don't have to do anything but be yourself to magnetize the things to you that are intended for you. But you have to have the courage to step out of your comfort zone to be the person that you feel confident being, because obviously, based on the energy that I'm feeling, you haven't always felt confident in who you are. And, the divine is saying, well, you can be that now. You can dress however you want to dress. You can look however you want to look. You can be however you want to be. You can act however you want to act. As long as you're not hurting yourself and hurting other people, you don't have to water yourself down or fit some type of mold or, worry about what other people are going to think if well, what if I decide I'm going to go do this? Or what if I want to look like this? Or what if I change this? Or what if I start, you got to risk it. You got to risk being the thing that you want to be. And the next you have this live playfully and with a light heart. And this is basically saying that life doesn't always have to be so serious, and that one of your gifts that you have is actually just, having taking more of a lighthearted, childlike mentality towards life. And that doesn't mean to not take life seriously. It doesn't mean to not be an adult. It doesn't mean to be naive, dumb, or stupid, right? Like, obviously, you have to be an adult when we have to be an adult. But it's more of the way that you approach life. It's the intention and motivation behind what it is that you do and who you are, and it's learning how to just treat life more like, more like Uno. It was like, Uno is fun. It can be fun if you like Uno. And I don't know, my camera just farted. I just crashed out on me. I don't know what that's about. But I don't know why my camera just died. I don't know if it's going to come back. But it's okay. As long as you guys can see me, see my hand, then it doesn't matter if the camera's there or not. So, yeah, I don't know what happened with that. But okay. So, you get to see my face you get to see my face frozen in time. Mercury retrograde. I knew something was going to happen tonight. I could feel it. Anyways, back to the point. The divine is wanting you to stop taking life so seriously here. And then the more that you learn to step into yourself, you have success and happiness are coming. So your success is directly tied to you having the courage to step out of your comfort zone, mostly you embracing yourself for who, you just embracing yourself. And knowing that there's not really there's not deeper spiritual advice for you than that. It's just, whatever parts of you that you feel are weird or quirky or I don't know, whatever parts you feel disconnected from or you don't trust or whatever's weird or whatever doesn't feel right. Like the divine is saying, no, all those parts of you are powerful and all those parts of you need to come forward. And as you do that, then you get to the last card here, which is surrender to complete healing. And I feel that, to kind of to circle all this back around, to land the plane here, is that whatever's happened to you in your life that has caused you to feel insecure or not trust yourself, as you work on your personal growth and your healing, that's going to help you find this the confidence to be able to step out and to do all of this. But I'm going to read the card. It says, open fully to the loving, compassionate forces of the universe that support your physical, emotional, and spiritual healing. And hold on one second. All right. I don't know. Trying to do a little troubleshooting here, but to no avail. Okay. No clue. No clue. Camera just decided to die. For no reason. Okay. Oh well. Okay. Maybe it's back now. All right. I don't know. That was weird. So, I hope that makes sense for you. Hello. You're on the right path. You're doing the right things. And I think that and I just seeing this now at the bottom of the deck really quick. I thought I would show that to you as well. Surrender to the beat of the natural world. So you might just need to get out more, and that's metaphorically speaking. Like, you know, if you've gone out in a while, you know, if you're not meeting, you're going out meeting, you know, new people or whatever. The divine's wanting you to get out, like go out, meet people, go places, and just, you know, explore and start enjoying your life. Because there's something that's you're supposed to have some type of random encounter this year. I don't know what it is, but there's an important, you know, kind of like a serendipitous thing that you're likely to encounter. Right. Where are we on the list? Who's next? Curly? Is Curly next? No, Curly was earlier. I forgot. What a heck. What a heck. What a heck poster question. Hello, what a heck. Just sent a PayPal for a fun question. So is the question in the PayPal? Okay. Hold on, I guess I'm going to have to go to PayPal to see the question. Okay. I see your question. All right, Hector. I got you, man. Thank you all for your donations, by the way. Much appreciate the donations and the likes, the subscribe, and all the things. All right, sir. The overall energy is leaning towards a yes, but. It's yes, but. And the but, the big old but, is right here with this Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups is the big old but. So the Wheel of Fortune is like a strong yes with the Chariot. So you got two majors here. This is, things going in your favor. That's good luck, good fortune. The Chariot is, victory, essentially. But then we get to the Eight of Cups, which is a sense of disappointment or a lack of fulfillment in what you thought that thing was going to be. So the answer to your question is yes. It's leaning towards yes. You could hear some favorable news regarding this, but you may discover or find out that what you thought this thing was going to be is not at all what it turns out to be. So you might be getting excited about it only to find out that, you're like, oh, wait, you feel like, I thought it was going to be this, I thought it was going to be like that. But then when you actually, I don't know if you'll get more details about it or you get more clarity regarding it. You're like, that's not what I thought. Like it ultimately you're going to be disappointed. But at the bottom of the next big but at the bottom of the deck is there is this other opportunity here. There's this Ace of Pentacles. So it may very well be that the initial thing that you were looking into doesn't end up happening or panning out for you. But then you inquire about another, and it could be within the same company, or whatever. But you inquire with them. And you're like, okay, well, yeah, that's not really what I'm into. That's not what I'm interested in. I thought that this was going to be like this, and now I'm finding out that it's not. Do you have something else? And they're like, actually, yeah, we do. So, and then underneath that you have the Four of Wands, which is, basically a celebration. So I do think the answer is yes. I do think that ultimately there is a door open, but it may not be the one that you initially thought, because this is you walking away from it. That's not them walking away from you. This is you walking away from them, because it's not what you thought it was. But there's something else here for you instead. If that makes sense. So hopefully that makes sense. But yeah. That's all I got for you, man, for the question that you asked. But I hope that makes sense for you. Where are we at? I don't think, am I missing any donations? I don't think so. So what, Danny would be next on the list. We did hello. So Danny would be next. And then if Samantha's still here, unless we have any other donations. You're welcome, my friend. Danny, if you're here. I know sometimes I put Danny to sleep. I usually put Danny to sleep. if Danny is not here, then Samantha, if Samantha is still here, I'm assuming she's probably not. And then if Samantha's not here, we have Diamond Girl. And if Diamond Girl's not here, then we can go Lily. And if Lily's not here, then we know Jean is here. Samantha. Samantha. All right. Is Lily here? Diamond Girl or Lily? No. No answers from Lily. No answers from Diamond Girl. I guess Jean's gonna get to ask her question. Sunsea's here. I'm here all the time. Well, Sunsea, you need to stick around because I got a reading for you for sure. You don't go nowhere because I got something for you. Oh. Diamond Girl's typing. Okay, no, you're good. You can type. I see you. You can type. We'll do Diamond Girl. And then if Lily shows up, if not, then we'll just move to Jean. What does Spirit have coming in for me? Okay. There's something about you. There's something about you taking a trip. I don't know when this trip will be. I don't know where you'll be going. I don't have any other details, but I just keep getting something about you taking a trip or needing to take a trip somewhere. So there's something about you going on a trip. So I don't know. Anything about going on a trip or having a trip or anything about a trip. If something comes up for you about going on a trip or taking a trip, you should do it. And if you don't know anything about a trip, then the divine is saying you need to go take one. And I have no idea where you would go or what that is. I have no idea, like any other details about that, but it came through, so I'm sharing it with you. I mean, it could be something like a little that's coming up like around spring break. It could even be later than that. So, um, just, put it on the shelf. And if something comes of it, cool. And if not, then obviously no worries. All right. I don't know if you've had a relationship, like any type of relationship stuff, relationship drama, relationship fallout, anything to do with relationships, but got some strong relationship vibes going on for you. And if you're single, you may not be for long, but I feel like this has something to do with something you've been through. Now I'm going to give you the signs just because they might be relevant to you, but obviously by no means the signs don't have to be relevant. But we have Justice here, which is Libra, and then we have Sagittarius here, which with the Temperance card. So, if Libra or Sagittarius has any relevance to you, that information is there for you, obviously. So we're starting here with the Three of Swords. This is the obvious thing. There's some type of pain, heartache, something is hurt, some type of pain that you've experienced, and I feel it has to do with love and relationships. And there's an opportunity potentially coming up here for you to heal this situation and potentially there could be a reconciliation. There could also be there could be a new connection. It's not very clear to me. I'm leaning a little bit more towards like a reconciliation, but it doesn't have to be. But we do have this Ace of Cups here. So whatever it is, whether it's a past person or whether it's a new person, you definitely have some type of, there's a strong love energy here. Now with the Justice card being here, there's some type of karma or justice, some type of truth. There's some type of clarity that something has not been resolved. And part of what the energy of justice is meant to do is to bring things back into rightness, right? It's sort of like, how do I explain this? Sort of like when someone breaks the law, right? We have laws to create order. And so when things fall out of order, then the energy of justice takes those things and brings them back into order. So if you've been wrong, you'll be righted. If there was dishonesty, there will be honesty. If there was lies, there will be truth. Like that kind of concept. That's the whole, that's the general idea of what's happening here, is the scales of Lady Justice have to be balanced now, which is interesting because Temperance is also an energy of balance. Now, this particular deck that I'm using, the artwork is very different, than the traditional artwork. But traditionally, the angel has 1 foot on the ground and 1 foot in the water, which, and the two energies that are being blended into these two different cups, spiritual energy. But it's opposing energy because the land and the water represent two different elements. And so, you're blending, you're alchemizing these two energies together. So something is being set right here. And I feel like this is something it's something that's been on and off your mind for a while here. But I think you've been trying to forget about it with the Page of Swords. It's like something where you just like, I don't, I'm trying not to think about that stuff anymore. I'm trying to like push it out of my mind. Like you're trying not to think about this Three of Swords. But what the Divine is saying, you got to believe in the impossible here. And then you have this Fire Fairy card, which is essentially very similar to the Page of Wands, the Knight of Wands, and the Queen of Wands energy. It's got that vibe to it. So a lot of fire energy here. But the card itself is about creative action and optimism. So you have two cards here of optimism. Believe in the impossible and believe in the impossible, and you have this optimism card here. Okay. Yeah, whoever this person is, you guys got into something. We had the confusion card here. So there was a misunderstanding. It probably didn't feel like a misunderstanding when it went down, and I feel like you got hurt. But I'm getting that it was a misunderstanding. You might have believed that this person intended to do something and that wasn't their intention. But you believed it was their intention, and you're not wrong for believing it was their intention. It's just, we're humans and we make mistakes and people do things, and, whether they intended to do it or not, it still hurt you. So I'm not taking away from the fact that whatever this person did hurt you, they still hurt you. That's the Three of Swords just telling me, yeah, you were hurt. But they may not have intended to hurt you, even though you still were hurt. But whatever that is, this person has been thinking about you. We have the Spy energy, which is also the Page of Swords here. This person has been trying to keep up with you. And this person misses you. We got the Friendship card here. But the energy attached to it is more of, it's more missing you. Because, you guys, this person had a connection with you that was more than just the romance, even though that was there too. So you kind of had both. You had the flirt energy, so, obviously there was chemistry there. You had true love, so there was obviously deep feelings involved here. And then we have this maturity card. And what this maturity card is telling you is that this person has learned from, they've learned from their mistakes. Like they've grown since whatever's happened. This person has made a realization. So, you know, whatever that is, this person's like, oh, you know, I've learned, I've grown, I made, you know, I realized some things, I made some mistakes here. So, I can't tell you when, but, you know, this person is probably going to come back and apologize to you, or they're probably going to want to start over again. That's what I'm getting here. Is this, you know, are you going to be open to starting over with and there's a part of you that might think, yeah, right. That's why you have to believe the impossible here. You might be like, yeah, right. But the divine is asking you, like, hey, you know, if you're willing to believe in the impossible here, like, even though you might completely feel like there's no chance in hell that this could happen, the divine is saying, yeah, you need to be optimistic because it can happen. And maybe the whole thing about taking a trip is something that comes up when this person comes back. So maybe the trip that you're supposed to go on, you know, has to do with something with this person. It would make sense. I mean, it doesn't have to be related, but I'm just throwing that out there. So that's what I got for you. Hello, first time here. Excuse me if this is a dumb question, but $5, I get one question and 10 for a full reading. Divinity in motion, that is correct. The answer is yes, yes, and yes to your question. $5 just puts you at the beginning of the line. $5 prioritizes you, puts you first in line. $10 is puts you first in line, and you get a full reading. And then, yeah, if Lily, you're here now. If let me know, Divinity in Motion, if you do donate, then let me know, obviously, so that we don't miss your donation. Lily Cherry, if you're here, and if not, then I will do Jean, and then I can circle back around. I think Samantha popped back in. I can do a quick one for you, Samantha. If you are here, I'll do a quick reading for you. Even though you left, and if you leave, basically giving up your place in line, but I'm a nice guy, and I'll still do a reading for you. But if you leave and you don't answer, then you're gonna get skipped. Because I gotta try to respect everybody's time. Yeah, she was on a bit ago. She was just here in the chat a second ago too. So she's bouncing in and bouncing out. But that's, you know, hey, these people get impatient. I get it. They just want their reading. Right here to, I don't want to sit around and listen to everybody else. You know, they're here and hit it and quit it. Human Innovation Rape Me Tarot. Hit it and quit it. I'm like the tarot bukkake over here. I shouldn't say that. Although, that would be a pretty cool name for a tarot channel. Hit It and Quit It Tarot. I should start a second channel called Hit It and Quit It Tarot. All right. Jean, may I ask what my friend Jay's thoughts and feelings are towards me? Says you you don't want to drink that ball. And to that, I'm finna get me a drink. All right. It's not my it's not that purple drink, but it should be. Pee while you're at it. Actually, you know what? I don't have anything in my bladder right now. My bladder is like, my bladder's sitting pretty good. But cheers to everybody. I should be doing like a, they should be paying me for free advertisement. Whoa. What's that about? Okay. You get some crazy. This is crazy. Every single one of these cards is a major. We got the Fool, the Tower, the Chariot, the Sun. And I'm not surprised to see this at the bottom of the deck. We got the Ace of Wands. So, of course, the Ace of Wands is there. And then underneath that, you got the World. That's, I mean, there's 78 cards. Yeah, 78 cards in the deck. And you have 5 5 majors that have come out. All right, it's interesting that this card came out underneath the Chariot. All right. Let's start with the. We got a lot. We got a lot to talk about here, Jane. We got a lot to talk about. Some of it's. I think some of this is going to be. Some of this is going to make a lot of sense to you, so I probably won't need to over-explain, because some of it I think you just get it. All right, so what the hell I'm doing here? All right, so the bottom cards, all these bottom cards are clarifying the Tower. So I wanted to start there because I'm like, all right, well, let's get the oh shit moment out of the way, right? A lot's happened with this Tower. So this Tower is a lot of things. A lot. A lot of things have happened with this Tower. And I can see why. We got the strings here. We got fear. We got this codependency thing. He's had a lot of things happen to him that he has brought into this connection with you. And it's gotten in the way of your connection. So but the divine is wanting you to be patient with him because of all the other cards around it. Because there's something beautiful here that can come out the other side, which is with the World, the Sun, the Ace of Cups, forgiveness, and the Maturity card here, and the Chariot card, one of the energies of the Chariot, the Fool, the New Beginning, and then I think the World. If I didn't say the World, the World. So the Tower represents a lot of things. The Tower represents a lot of stuff in his life that has blown up before. And so he's just kind of used to like things always falling apart. Like he's kind of used to this like tower energy collapses. And so, you know, it's tied to whatever the strings attached energy is, which is also tied to this codependent energy, which is also tied to the chariot. But this is like it's all part of the same energy, but it's this paradoxical push-pull inside of him. It's like a fearful avoidant, because, you know, like the fearful avoidant attachment style is both anxious and avoidant depending on the relationship, but it represents both of it. And so he's kind of got that. It's like he can be anxious, he's got those tendencies, and then he's got the avoidant part where he can be avoidant. And so I feel that he's got a fearful avoidant, you know, he's got those tendencies. And if you haven't experienced those, which I feel like you probably have by now, then you will. And that's why the patience card is coming into play here, because he's aware of it. He knows that he's got these fears. He knows he's got this stuff. But, you know, with the Ace of Wands and the Sun and the Fool and the connection that he has with you, the Ace of Cups, all the things here on the table, you know, he intuitively, he knows with this maturity, the energy attached to the maturity card here, intuitively he knows that he's drawn to you, and intuitively he knows that you're different, but his trauma is having a hard time believing it, is the best way to say it. So it's kind of like his spirit and his soul can feel the soul contract type of thing, but his trauma is so used to this tower energy. And so right now he's wrestling the chariot energy, or this side of the chariot energy is, and this is the strongest energy, by the way, out of all the ones on the table. This is the strongest. The tower is the second strongest one here in you know, at least in terms of what's attached to him and his energy. And, you know, he's trying to get control, and he needs to, you know, like he's going to have to take control of this part of himself, the part of him that's anxious and the part of him that's avoidant, to be able to move forward and, you know, get the things that he wants out of his life. And so I feel like whatever he's done, and again, I don't know if he's done anything to you or not, but I feel like something has happened. Because when we look down here, because all of these are attached to the tower, we have the Seven of Wands, we have this guardedness, the defensiveness, we have this, you know, this push and pull energy of like the Knight of Wands, which is like I want you, but then we go into the Four of Cups, which is like, I'm trying to play it cool. I'm trying to act like I don't want you. So like these three energies here are tied to like the anxious avoidant thing. There's like the avoidant part, which is like the Seven of Wands, but then there's the anxious part, which is like the Knight of Wands. I mean, this is all tied to the fear that he has, which is tied to the Nine of Swords, the anxiety that he has. But yet, you have the Page of Swords, which is tied to him having a degree of awareness about him knowing that he's got this problem. And then we have the Eight of Wands with the Ace of Cups and the Four of Swords. So if you haven't heard from him or things have not been progressing, I feel like all of that's about to change. So the tower here is represented a lot of things that have happened to him in the past, but it's also represented of things that are occurring in the future, because there's a major disruption that needs to happen here. And it's going to happen one way or the other. But this time it's actually a good disruption. It's a disruption of the cycle that he's been in because of the trauma that he's carried with himself for a long time, which is the World card. It's him basically finishing out that cycle. It's like, in which you can see, it's interesting because you've got the Fool all the way over here on one side, and then you got, which is the first of the 22 majors, and then you have the World, which closes out the majors. So in essence, you're seeing, the end of this cycle that he's gone through in his life that's been cock-blocking him, and resetting over here at the Fool, which is this opportunity to have a new beginning. And this new beginning that he could potentially have with you could lead to the Sun, which these two cards, the Sun and the Ace of Wands, are one and the same card. It's the birth of passion. It's the birth of something new. It's the birth of happiness. It's the Ace of Cups down here. It's the Eight of Wands. Something finally happening. Progress being made. And then it's this forgiveness energy here. And I think it's him finally stepping into the Knight of Wands, which is being courageous, and stepping into the leadership role of the Chariot and saying, hey, you know what? I would be a fool if I miss this opportunity. Because that takes me to the gifts card. I think that he's realizing your value. He sees your value and he sees your worth. And I don't think he wants to miss out on this opportunity. So when it comes between, is he going to choose you or is he going to choose his fear? Right now he's fighting, but I think ultimately he's going to choose you. That's what all of this is saying. So maybe in the past, or maybe up until now, he's been choosing his fear. Right? But all that's about to change. It's going to change one way or the other because the Tower is here. And the Tower is basically not going to let him stay the same. So, there's the towers that have happened to him in the past that were what caused the trauma that hurt him. But then there's this good tower that's happening to him, which is him getting his power back and being able to overcome his fear and break these chains and be able to come towards you, because I do feel like he's finally realizing, or he's going to, if he hasn't yet, he will. He's going to wake up and realize, I can't miss out on this opportunity because I have feelings for this woman, and I don't want to miss out on it because I was scared and I was afraid. And so if you're not talking for any reason right now, I'm not saying that you're not, I don't know, with the Four of Swords, but if you're not talking, he's going to be breaking the silence very soon with the Eight of Wands. And the Four of Cups with the cup coming out of the cloud there, that whole thing. And the Ace of Wands here. Which is him just realizing, like, I want her. The Chariot. He's determined. I want Jean. I want this opportunity. And so this situation, wherever you are with him, it's taking a turn for the better. So that would be the most minimal, the most minimal outcome, if we were going to put it in that terms. The energy that's on the table is saying, at the very least, you can expect a major positive change because of all the majors that are out here. Bros before hoes. Well, I don't know. I don't know how that works, but this is what out. People gonna do what people gonna do. And sometimes it's interesting how those things play out. Like, sometimes they take care of themselves. But I don't know if any of that makes sense. And hopefully I read I feel like he always wants to talk to me, but is scared to. I'm the nicest person ever. He said something to someone that I had said, but I didn't know he was there when I even said it. Well, all I know is that what I feel and sense here is that you can expect some positive changes, and they could happen very quickly because the Tower, as you know, the Tower and the Eight of Wands can be very sudden and very quick. Well, yeah, and that's him. That's what I was saying. The that's that anxious avoidant thing where he's trying to play it cool with the Four of Cups and the Four of Swords, like he's trying to downplay it because what he's feeling he's never felt before, and that scares him. It scares him to feel that the intensity of this thing because of all the shit that he's gone through in his past, and until he feels that he's got control over it with the Chariot card, he doesn't want to expose himself. He'd just rather act like, whatever. But I feel like all that's going to change. Okay. Divinity in Motion donated. Okay, you can ask your question, Divinity in Motion. Pretty cool name. I like that name. And then we have Aesthetic Delta, Velvet, Sans Trina, and Teresa and Smile. Okay. Let's see if I can get through the rest of the list. Nothing stays the same forever unless we're so hell-bent on it staying the same forever, right? I know. I know. I mean, for me, I guess it's not long, but you know, I mean, I'm not good at my sense of time when I sit down on this. When I sit down and start doing readings, it's like I can't. I have no concept really of time. It's very hard for me. What's the next action of my boss towards me, since someone keeps telling her something to get you in trouble? Running out of room here. All right. I'll just put these on top. It's all right. I'll tell you what the cards are. Okay. I'm sorry about the pause there. There was there's a lot. All right. Okay. I had to wrap my head around everything here. Okay. I think this is as far as your work situation goes. Your work situation. I think you're overthinking it. We have the overthinking card here, so I don't think you have anything to worry about here. We have loyal heart. This is talk to you. These cards specifically, I know, have to do with your work situation. Your boss knows you're legit. You have the loyal heart here. So this is like, in terms of like, where you stand with your boss. Obviously, I think your boss knows that you're a good employee. And by the book, there's two energies attached to that. So you got, as long as you know that you're doing everything that you're supposed to be doing, you have nothing to worry about here. But also, I feel that your boss knows that, you're a good worker as well. So if you have confidence in knowing that you're doing everything you're supposed to be doing, then you absolutely have nothing to worry about here. And in fact, again, I think you're overthinking this. So, and this divine feminine card energy over here has a lot to do with you. Standing in your power and basically not letting people get under your skin and not letting negative energy, knock you off of, or just not knock you out of like your rhythm or your energy, or letting their drama, their BS, rub off on you and make you question yourself, doubt yourself, and all these things, right? Like the divine has got you. Like no one's gonna like go to your boss and like lie or spin some BS or do some shit, and that's not gonna happen here. Now, the reason that it took me a hot minute to kind of figure out and get the different cards and things is because you have a different situation here that you didn't ask about, but I got to give you the message for it anyways, because you have something else going on in your life right now, and if it's not going on in your life right now, it's something that you're going to need to know about at some point. So we have, this decisions card came out, and then we have the family card in reverse, and then we have building. This was really tied to your work. The divine feminine, that was kind of tied to your work. And then these three cards are specifically pulled specifically for your work. But then all of these cards down here have to do with whatever's going on with this family card in reverse here. And then we have this earth energy, which is Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. So I don't know if you know anybody that's a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. I don't know if you're a Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn. I don't know if anything has happened or will happen in Virgo, Taurus, or Capricorn season. Or it could just be reminiscent of some type of, earth energy, meaning it's something physical, tangible, or practical in your life. But I feel like this has more to do with either a season, a time frame, or possibly, specific people in your life. Now, this building energy and this family in reverse energy, there's something going on there's something going on in your personal life or your family life. I don't know which one it is, but they're not going great right now. And I think you've had a lot of confusion. We have this decisions card here. And what I've been sensing is you've been pulled in a lot of directions right now. And because of the things going on in your personal life, it's left you vulnerable to the things going on in your work life. Because I don't feel like normally you would be worried about the kind of drama or the kind of shit that's going on in your job. Like if at any other point, any other time in your life where everything else was going perfectly fine, you would be like, this is laughable that this person at work is, saying things or doing things. You would have laughed it off because you're not so stressed out. And because right now you're being burdened by whatever this is, it's putting pressure on you because now you feel like you have to, I feel like it's making your job extra important. I don't know if that means that it's a financial thing, maybe. Like maybe you're feeling financially strained because of personal issues or family issues. It's possible, but I don't know 100% sure. But we have the Four of Swords and we have the Five of Pentacles. It could be health related. It could be a lot of things, honestly. And obviously I'm not a psychic, so I mean, I'm not going to be able to paint or portray your personal life 100%. That's not the point of this anyways. The point isn't so much for me to be able to tell you what you already know is going on in your personal life. The point is for you to understand what the divine needs you to know in terms of the provision that is being made for you. In other words, you knowing that you and your loved ones are safe, and that even though things seem very chaotic to you right now and very stressful, and you've been trying to hold it all together, and I think for the most part you've been doing a pretty good job, there's still this uncertainty that's clouding you right now. And it's not the energy that you need to be in right now. Because the divine wants to give you answers and show you where your power is to overcome whatever the situations are, or to at least find the answers that you need. You can't make this up. Literally, as I was saying, for the divine to help you find the answers that you need, this is the card that just came out. Like, literally, as the words were coming out of my mouth, this is the card that flipped out. So that is like, I mean, you cannot get any more like bajillion confirmation, triple dipple confirmation than that. Your commitment is being tested right now. And this is a commitment to your values. It's also your commitment to your beliefs. So you're going through a spiritual test right now. You're going through spiritual warfare right now. And I'm going to talk, so let's talk about this whole concept of spiritual warfare. Because it's not always what people think. A lot of times people think spiritual warfare is like fighting against demons and evil forces and, things like that. Like they get really superstitious with it. Spiritual warfare, and I'm not saying that it can't be that, because I do believe that there are paranormal things that exist. I do believe that there are realms and, entities and energies and things that are, they're malevolent, they're dark. I do believe in that stuff. I've experienced it. I've seen it. But this is not what this is. This type of spiritual warfare it's an internal battle within ourselves. It's when we get tested in regards to who it is that we are It's a test of your identity. It's a test of your beliefs, your values. It's the test, the confrontation of, are you willing to betray yourself? Are you willing to lower the standard of who you are based on an experience that you're having that is unpleasurable, undesirable, unsatisfactory, right? Because so many people fail that test in life. So many people, they have an experience that's outside of their control. Something terrible happens. Someone dies. Someone gets sick. Someone loses a job. Like someone, you get betrayed. Your partner cheats on you. Like there's all these things in life that happen that we can't control. And those are the moments that our character and our beliefs and our values get tested. Those are the moments where we have to decide who it is that we really are as a human being. Because it's so easy to fall into, and I'm guilty of this, it makes me emotional because I've had, challenges in my life in just the past, 3 or 4 months that, were how would I say, unexpectedly challenging for me in ways where I thought that I had evolved and grown in a way to where, I assumed that if I had encountered that challenge, I would have reacted differently. I would have handled it differently. I would have been bigger. I would have been stronger. I would have, responded differently. And I didn't. And it made me feel like, because I failed to do the thing that I knew was the right thing to do, I took it personally. I took it as a, I took it as a personal failure, and it involved someone that I cared about. And so there are things that happen, and sometimes we end up in situations where we can't change the outcome. We can't change what happened. We can't change what we said. We can't change what they did. We can't change that circumstance. Like, sometimes life is out of our hands, is out of our control. But and this is the part that I want to say and speak to you, you know who the hell you are. You know who you are. And that's why this card here says your commitment is being tested. Your commitment to who, your commitment to what. Your commitment to who it is that you know that you are is being tested. You know who you are. You know the woman that you are. You know who you're not. And all this confusion, all this overthinking, your self-doubt, your self-criticism, the going back and forth in your mind. Part of you wants to be pissed off and angry. Part of you wants to go and punch that person in the face. But there's this other part of you that's very loving and very caring. There's this other part of you that doesn't want conflict. This other part of you that's like, can't we all get along? And there's this bigger part of you that's in the middle of it all going, well, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? I'm just trying to live my life and mind my own business. And then I've got all this other shit going on in my personal life, and I feel like I have to carry it all. Like, you feel like you're this person out here in the middle of the ocean here all by yourself in the boat. But look, you're not alone. Because up here in the sky, and look at this, the image of this girl. It might be kind of hard to see. But she doesn't look very happy. She's looking down. She's just out in the middle of the ocean by herself. And she's a fairy. She's this beautiful fairy. And she just looks kind of sad. Like, she's It's just looking and staring down. But look up in the cloud, there's this faint face, the face of the divine with a smile looking at her, reminding her, no, you're not alone. And underneath this card, you have the happy, happy. Because this is what you don't see coming. Because right now your commitment is being tested. Because this is spiritual warfare. You're coming into confrontation, or your outer reality is forcing you to face a new you that you're about to break through and become if you don't let your ego and your fear and your pride get in the way. That's what this is saying. Don't let your pride get in the way. Which is just fear. That's all that is saying. So we could just rephrase this card and say, don't let fear get in your way. Don't let the outside circumstances and what you see that feels unmanageable, that feels out of your control, and all the confusion and overthinking and the effects that all of this shit is having on you, don't let it confuse you and pull you out of you knowing who the hell it is that you are. Your commitment to yourself is being tested. And if you pass this test, then you won the spiritual battle. Because that's what the spiritual battle is about. It's you knowing who it is that you are. Because when you finally realize who it is that you are and you step into that power and you embrace that power as this woman, because you transform from the girl, the fairy in the boat who is questioning everything right now, and you transform into this woman. It's the same fairy, by the way. She's just transformed. It's the same fairy that's in the boat. Only difference is the fairy in the boat has her hair up. Well, let's get that back. There she is in the boat. Her hair's up. Oh, she let her hair down. And then the divine has filled her with life again. And then she's sitting in her magic. And she's sitting on top of, this egg, which is just representative of everything that, like you think of like an Easter egg. And what's inside of an Easter egg? There's treasure, there's prizes inside of an Easter egg. And lastly, my friend, if you stay the course, if you pass this test and you don't back down from who it is that you know that you are, a personal issue reaches resolution. All of this, the situation at work is going to be taken care of. The situation in your personal life is going to get taken care of. But right now, your commitment is being tested. So the question isn't, what about the challenging situation at work? What about the challenging situations in my personal life? The question is, who am I? Who am I? Who am I really? Not who do I think that I am? Who do I know that I am? You have to get into this. The divine feminine is your truth. The divine feminine. What is your name? What is your screen name? Divinity in motion. You are the divine feminine energy in motion. You are divinity in motion. You chose that name for a reason without probably realizing that it had any spiritual significance, or maybe you did. I don't know. But tonight, it certainly has spiritual significance because it was probably a foreshadow that you didn't even realize that you needed to know. You just need to look into the mirror of your own divinity and find your flow, because that's what this energy is about. The actual definition of this card, if I were to pull out the book of this card and read to the sea, one of the key words is going with the flow. Going with the flow. What is the flow? You are the flow. It's the feminine energy, your divinity in motion. You just have to be her. Not think you're her. Know you're her. Know who you are. Yeah. You didn't think anything deep when you chose it. And all really that means is that your brain, your ego didn't think anything of it, but your spirit already did. Your soul. Your divine. The divine inside of you knew, which is why it gave it to you. It came to you. Because the divine works in mysterious ways, right? God works in mysterious ways. And the ways, there's like I grew up in the church. I grew up in religion. So, I have a lot of Bible in my mind because I grew up with the Bible. I had to memorize the Bible. So, but there's a verse that says the ways of man are, the wisdom of man is foolishness to God. And it's essentially a way of saying that we can't make sense of the things that the divine is always doing. But the divine is doing things even when it doesn't make sense, right? The divine knew exactly that you would be right here, right now, going through this very situation. But this is a call. And the call is for you to come and claim your divinity so that you will know who you are in an unshakable way for the future, because there's more for you. There's more for you. There's more for you than this. This is just turning a page in the book of your life. There's so much more for you. This is just, this is just a speed bump along the road before you get onto the interstate and it's wide open. So to the best of your ability, try to look at this situation through the spiritual lens that I know that you have. Otherwise, these messages wouldn't have come through from me to you if the divine didn't know that you could receive the message. It wouldn't come through me in the way in which that it has. So it's coming through this way because the divine knows that your spiritual maturity is capable of receiving it, because you're a lot more powerful than you believe or know that you are, which is why this is here. You're not a feminine, you're the divine feminine. There's a huge difference. And the divine's trying to show you your power in all things, not just this thing, because eventually these issues that you're experiencing are going to go away. And you're going to get your comfort back. You're going to get peace back. You're going to be like, oh, I'm just so glad I'm so glad all that's over with. And that would be acceptable. That would be natural. That would be human. That's the human response. Of course, nobody wants to go through shit that stresses you out. Nobody likes challenges. But one day in the near future, I foresee this stuff is going to not be an issue anymore, right? And you just have the rest of your life to live. And there's always going to be challenges and obstacles that come up. But when we start to learn how to create our reality, because we're tuned into our divinity, then life begins to respond to the reality that we intend to create, because we're all the magician. That's what true spirituality is all about. That's what all of this that I'm doing is all about. It's just us, it's just the divine trying to answer questions that all come back to one fundamental truth and principle for all of us, is that you are the creator of your reality. You are the magician. And if you don't like the reality that you have, then create a new one. But know, regardless, that you have the power to create a reality, and know that you're participating in the creation of whatever reality that you're experiencing. So if you don't like the reality that you're experiencing, know that you have the power to change it. And what's more powerful and what's more positive and what's more exciting than that? What's more exciting than that news? That's the best news of all, is that we all have been given the same power from the same divine force to create a reality that we all would enjoy and be fulfilled. The reality you desire is different than the reality that I desire versus somebody else in the chat. We all have different things we desire, but we are all the same magicians, and we all have the same divinity in us to create those realities. Because none of us should ever have to live in this energy, this orphaned energy. None of us should ever have to live in this energy. This is not the divinity. Which is interesting again, because this reading, by the way, has not turned into a reading just for divinity in motion so we can all thank her, because this reading has turned into a reading for all of us. The divine isn't speaking to just her right now. So if you're checked out right now because it's not your reading, you're missing a major, massive message that's for all of us, myself included. The same girl that's in the boat over here has now resigned herself to death. And it's not physical death, it's spiritual death. It's powerlessness. It's a wasteland. And look, her head is stuck in the same position. The same position that's in the boat, where there's still hope, there's still water, there's still life. The divine is up ahead, above her, smiling down at her, even though she's a little bit down, a little bit uncertain. Here, she's completely resigned to death. And the divine is nowhere to be seen, except for the remnants, the shadow of the divine's face on this brick, or this rock structure that she's sitting on. And she's in this wedding dress up here, and she's lost her wings. Her wings are gone. And there's no egg anymore. She's sitting on a nest and there's no egg. It's spiritual death. A change is in the wind for you, though, and for all of us, if we can understand this. Every single one of us has a spiritual identity that will be tested. And if you forget who you are, then you're going to forget your power. And if you forget your power, then you're screwed. Because you're essentially going to end up participating in creating a reality that sucks. So the best way to prevent that is to pass the test by knowing who it is that you are when your commitment to yourself and to your divinity is tested. So this is not a message just for divinity in motion, but rather a message for all of us, and a reminder for all of us, because every single one of us is gonna go through a trial or something similar at some point. And just like I was sharing about my own situation the last couple months, which is why I haven't been on here, is because I didn't have the spiritual strength to come out here. Because part of me felt a little bit like a fraud in a way. Not a fraud in terms of anything to do with reading tarot, but just I felt spiritually weak. And as Jean said, I'm human. Jean says, "We warned you." I know what you mean. I know. I know your thoughts on the Geminis. It was more than that. It was more than that. That was part of it, but it was more than that. It was more myself. That was just the trigger. And that's what we have to learn about life. Is we have to learn that whether we believe it or not, we are fully in control of who it is that we are. And the circumstances outside of us, the stimulus, the things outside, it's the serenity prayer. We can't control. Certainty and control are illusion. There's no such thing as certainty. The whole world could die tomorrow. You know, I mean, we're practically, flirting with World War III right now. There's people in high places that are making decisions that nobody else approved of. I didn't vote for it. I didn't approve it. I'm sure you guys probably didn't vote for it or approve it. I mean, I don't know that just resorting to blowing everything up. And I know we've been doing it since the beginning of bombs, basically. Ever since we created bombs, we've been using them. And before that, we used other things. So humans are going to do what humans are going to do, and that's my point. I'm not trying to get political, and then I'm going to shut up. But the point is, the only certainty we have is spiritual certainty. It's the certainty that we give ourselves by who it is that we become. And, the better that we get at letting go and stop trying to control everything, especially when it's not going the way that we want, the easier life gets, because it frees up our ability and our energy to look at what else is going on. It's like, okay, if this isn't going a certain way, then how can I transform it? How can I alchemize it? What other possibilities are there? What is the divine trying to do with this? Have I even thought about that? Have I inquired? Have I prayed? Have I meditated? Have I tried to go within and get answers? Have I come out here into Tarot land or find another spiritual person who has answers? Like, what resources are we using? And the magician has all the tools and all the resources. So, anyway, I got on a big rant about that, but it's an important one. Because, in my opinion, there are a few things more important than understanding our power. And when I say our power, I'm talking about our divinity, our connection to the divine, which is not outside of us. It's right here inside of us always. It's just we forget because we're so used to being in a five sense reality, and stuck in our programming of society, that we get. It's so easy to get disconnected from our spiritual truth. And so things have to happen to us to remind us, that reset us, to put us back on to our path and reconnect us to that truth. And so, thank you. I am the magician, and so are you. And so when it comes to the things that I have to go through and experience that are unpleasant, to shake me and awake me, then so be it. Even if it comes at the expense of something that ultimately the divine will replace with something that's in alignment with the me that I'm becoming. And you can never lose. Like, you literally, we have every single ability to live a win-win life. I'm so glad, though, that you came here tonight, Divinity in Motion, and I deeply appreciate your donation, but I'm so glad that you came here because the messages that came through for you were messages that I needed to hear for myself. Is there a chance of a breakthrough with Nicole after our recent break? Or is Alejandra showing more potential? All right, so this deck will be for Alejandra, and this deck will be for Nicole. Well, the connection with Nicole is definitely strong. You got a really, really strong connection. There's long-term potential here with Nicole. You got the Four of Wands and you got the Ten of Pentacles. And you got the Knight of Cups. So, Ten of Pentacles, Knight of Cups, and the King of Wands. So that's a lot of long-term potential for Nicole. But also, I don't know where you're at. You said you might be in a break or something with her, but yeah, that definitely could be changing because the Knight of Cups is here. So if you haven't been in communication or conversation with this person, then there's definitely potential there. All right, so now let's take a look at Alex. All right, it's like the complete opposite with Alex. But it's interesting. Okay, you have two paradoxical situations here. So Nicole is like more work. I feel like she's like Nicole is more long term, but with the Four of Pentacles there, she's a lot more by the book. Like she's not like she's serious material. Like she's not here, to screw around. Alex, on the other hand, I think she's more maybe more she might be the more tempting because maybe she's more flirty, maybe she's more attractive, she might give off a certain type of like hard to get energy or something because she's at this Queen of Wands. So there's definitely a magnetic, attractive energy, and it's very tempting. She's very fun, very carefree. It can be a lot of fun, a lot of excitement here, but she is not long term. Knight of Cups in reverse here, Knight of Cups upright here. Death card here, Ten of Pentacles here. Like basically, the divine is like, yeah, she might be fun for a fling. She might be fun for a short time, but she's not long-term material. If you're looking for solid, stable, long-term material, then Nicole is your person. So, Nicole is the better option of the two. Let's see what my option is. I have a Knight of Wands. What else do I got? I got an Eight of Wands. What else do I got? And Temperance. So maybe I got a Sagittarius. Who knows? I'll take it. I'll take my little reading. Velvet. Velvet, if you are here, you may ask your question. Alex is a Libra. Nicole is a Leo. That'd be hard. I've had good experiences with both Libras and Leos. Leos are special. She's like, you need to heal first. You'll read for me? Do it, man. I'm never going to stop healing, Gene. All I ever do is heal. My whole life. Ever since I was 16. Been healing ever since. I just accept it at this point. However, I did learn a lot. I'll show you this really quick. This book right here. This book right here is some holy shit. It's all about your 12th house and astrology. So I have my moon in the 12th house. And I didn't know that, like when you have a planet in your 12th house, you're going to have a difficult time. God forbid you have multiple planets in your 12th house. Like if you have a stellium in your 12th house, so yeah, I'm basically I'm stuck. I'm stuck dealing with 12th house stuff the rest of my life. Velvet? Is Velvet here? No, I guess Velvet left the party. Sunsea, are you still here? You said you were here. She was hanging out. Finally got to Sunsea. And who else? Actually, we'll just check in. Who else is here? Who else is here? If you are here and you would still like a reading, all right, Sunsea is here. Okay. I see you. Yeah, I had a reading for you for sure. All right. So obviously, you've been through some shit, and I feel like you're trying to come out the other side of it. Um, we got the Ten of Swords in reverse, so that's you, with the Four of Swords. Obviously, something painful happened to you not too long ago, but you're coming out the other side of it. The Four of Swords, you've been working on your healing, recovering. We have the Moon that kind of came out sideways, which tells me you still have some stress, anxiety, or you're still just dealing with the pain of whatever happened here. Like you're not 100% free and clear of it, but you're getting there because the Moon is almost in reverse. You're getting a lot clearer about what happened in the past, probably getting more clear about what you will and won't tolerate here, because we got the Seven of Wands here, which is, I feel like you having boundaries, you setting boundaries. Underneath that's the Page of Pentacles, which is, you've been learning. You've learned some things here. And then we have the Eight of Wands underneath that, which is things are about to start picking up for you. So, yeah, so there's the confirmation. That's you working through and letting go of whatever the thing is from the past here. Yeah, so right now, all the cards are just repeating, essentially. There's still things influencing you from the past. You're still being affected from the past. There's still things that from the past that are still clouding and affecting you energetically speaking. That's why we have the influence card here. So the influence card here is basically saying, I'm gonna explain this to you in just a second. What this is leading to. Most of this stuff is stuff you already know. You went through something painful. You've done a lot of healing, but you're still being affected. You still have the residual energy of whatever happened to you that's affecting you, which is preventing you from actually calling in the thing that would be aligned with you if you weren't stuck in this energy, which is why we have the synchronicity here. Because what the synchronicity, this card or this energy is just representative of any time the divine is trying to talk to us and we are not getting the message. Like the divine is trying to speak to us. And so like a lot of people are like, what does it mean when I see 111 and 222 and 333 and these things? It's like, well, sometimes it doesn't mean anything more than the divine saying, hey, pay attention because I'm trying to talk to you. But we keep focusing outside of ourselves, looking for an answer out there somewhere. Like, oh, what does it mean? It's like, no, the answer is in here. We've been given an intuition for a reason. it's just most of us either lack the patience or the discipline to sit with ourselves in stillness and quiet to connect with it and, quiet the ego long enough to start getting answers for things. So right now, this influence card is basically just saying there's a lot of things that have happened to you because of the pain that you experienced in this past that has flip-flopped your energy. Because right now, you're more in this, you're more in your masculine energy. And so we all have masculine and feminine energy, all of us. And just because you're a woman doesn't mean that you always have to be feminine. Just like as a man, you don't always have to be masculine. But I feel that your default, your natural energy is to be feminine. But right now you're not in your feminine energy because you got hurt. And that's very normal. So you're in this guarded masculine energy. And so even if you did attract somebody into your life right now, you'd probably attract somebody that ultimately you wouldn't have a lot of passion or chemistry, because you would be, for lack of better words, you'd be the man, energetically speaking. Like you'd have the penis. And so you would attract probably a more feminine kind of guy that, maybe right now, you could have a connection in like an understanding, empathetic type of way, almost like a friend, a girlfriend that's a man. And even if it sort of became romantic, when your energy switched back to feminine, then you'd be feminine with feminine, and there'd be no polarity. So there'd be no passion or chemistry. They'd feel like, a girlfriend to you instead of a lover. But right now, I feel like you wouldn't even attract that. I feel like right now your energy is repel. This masculine energy right now is, I'm hurt, standing my ground, get the fuck away from me. Even if your intention is not that, that's the energy, right? So your intention could be, yeah, but I want love. I'm looking for love. But the energy that the pain has caused you is pushing away. So, you could be trying to go out. You could be trying to look. You could be on dating sites. You could be doing all the things to look for somebody. And you're not having any luck or any results because the energy that you're putting off, the vibes that you're putting off are, leave me alone, get away from me. It's repelling, not attracting. If that makes sense. And that's the main issue right now. This is the main thing that the divine wants to point out to you is, the answer, in other words, the answer to your romantic life is energetic. It's letting go of all of this hurt. And I feel that there are parts of it you've done. And again, I want to commend you and say, I know that you've done a lot of work. But there is some part of this situation that you have not completely let go of yet. Because I feel with this moon energy and this illusion energy, there's a part of it that you still don't understand, that you don't have closure around. In our brain, the human brain doesn't like open-ended loops. It likes closure. It likes definitive. It likes for things to be certain. And that's why our brain comes up with stories all the time. Our brain, if we don't understand something, if there's a gap, the brain will create a story to fill in that gap, even if it's not true. And that's another reason why people have so many difficult issues in relationships, because we're constantly assigning meanings to things that aren't really what happened. It's like, okay, this person said or did this, but I attached this meaning to it. And a lot of times the meanings that we attach to the things that people do are worse than the actual things that they actually did. Meaning that we created more pain out of something that wasn't really that painful to begin with. Like little things can become big things because our brains get involved, our ego gets involved and creates a narrative and a story that creates this big ordeal. And because we believe it, you know, it becomes that much more painful. And so there's something that happened in your situation that never got resolved with the moon sideways. And because it's not resolved for you, you don't have closure around it. You're not being able to let it go, because the letting go card came out here, you know, for a reason. So that's the major block, right? Well, that's the second major block. The first major block was this repelling energy. The second major block is needing to let go of whatever happened that you don't fully understand. Like, you know, I just don't understand why. Why did they do this? Why did they do that? Or why did this happen? Or why did it didn't happen? Like, whatever you're struggling with in terms of the why, or not knowing something, it's letting that go and say, I don't know if I'll ever know, but it's not worth me losing and putting my life on hold. It's not worth me missing out on life that I'm never going to get back, because time and energy are the two most valuable resources we have, because when today's gone, we're not getting it back. Every single one of us has so much energy. When you know, eventually, just like me, you know, I'm going to be going to sleep soon. And then when I wake up tomorrow and start my work day, start over again, I've got so much energy to get me through the day. And then when tomorrow is gone, me, you, all of us, we're not going to get tomorrow back. And that energy that we use is all the energy we have until we got to go to sleep and get that energy back. So we don't want to be using our valuable time, energy, and resources, wasting life trying to figure out things that that what we need to know is what is known. And I know it's so hard because, again, it's part of our humanity to cling to things that are unresolved. It's hard to let it go, but it's not impossible. It's hard, but it's not impossible. And I have things going on in my own life right now where I'm in a similar situation where I'm going, you know, I'm trying to understand how situation got from here to here. And part of it I know why. Part of it I understand because I participated in it. But there's other parts that I don't. And it created an ending for me. And I'm having to go, okay, well, I may never know. But what I do know is that life is too short. I can't control what that person's going to do or not going to do. I can only control me. I know who I am. I know what my intentions are. I know what my intentions were. And I can't control the narrative, the story, the experience they had. I can't control any of it. And so I've been in a similar place of where I'm just having to let go of it and go, okay, well, get back to what you know, Eddie. You are the only thing you can control. It's a serenity prayer. And the more that you take your focus and your eyes off of that thing, the less energy you're feeding it. You have to starve it. You have to change your focus. Stop focusing on it. Because and the best way to do that is to just start I find the best way to do it is to get attached to your purpose. What is your purpose in life? What is your mission in life? And I'm not talking about your work, okay? Unless you know that your job is your passion and purpose in life, then great. But for a lot of people, it's not, And if you're not sure what your purpose and passion is in life, then just focus on contributing to something greater outside of yourself. Find something, like whatever that thing is. Like me, okay, I'm out here. And I'll be honest with you guys, I didn't want to be here tonight. I didn't plan on being here tonight. But, I needed to take my eyes and my focus off of the things that were, keeping me stuck in this stale energy, because it's halfway through March and I haven't done shit. It's been January, it's been February, and then now we're creeping into middle of March, and I'm sitting here going, dude, what are you doing, man? Like, it's a whole new, like, it's like everything's wide open for you. This whole year is your year, man. And you're over here sitting on the sidelines, like, you know, watching life pass you by because you're trying to figure out what the hell happened. And I had to, like, just force myself, like, dude, just get off your ass and do something. Anything but this. And the best thing I could think to do is help other people. It's like, I've been given a gift, I should be using it. And before that, I was making music because making music makes me happy. So I was creating music. And then when I got done creating music, and I was like, well, I did that. Now I'm going to go help people. And so here I am, doing readings tonight, unplanned. And so, and it starts to shift that energy, and it creates new momentum, because now you're creating momentum that's going in the direction that you want the energy and momentum to go, instead of staying stuck in something that can't be resolved or that can't be changed. Because I can almost guarantee you, I can't say 100% for you, Sunsea, but I can say with maybe 75% certainty that you're probably not going to get the answers or the closure that you're wanting. Like it's not all going to make sense the way that you want it to make sense, to be able to completely let it go nicely and neatly, and the way that your brain wants to understand what all happened. You may not get that. I'm not saying I don't know 100% sure that you won't, but I wouldn't bet on it based on this energy. So as you move away from this, and I knew the minute you came into the chat, earlier, all the way back at the beginning of the reading, I knew I had a reading for you. I felt it. I was like, the divine's like, yeah, I've got a message for her. And that doesn't really ever happen. Like, I usually don't start getting messages until it's the person's turn. Okay. You have playing it safe. That's where you're at right now. Because you've been hurt. You're in your comfort zone. You're playing it safe. But then you have true love. This is what's coming towards you when you change the energy. But you're going to have to get out of this playing it safe energy, which is this tied to this masculine energy of repelling the energy away. And you can't make this up. At the bottom of the deck is the happy success. So what specifically, besides the things that I've said, do you need to be aware of in terms of what you need to surrender right now? All right. So I don't have a lot of room, so I'm just going to drop them on the desk as I read them. So your first surrender card out, and don't shoot the messenger, is surrender fear. Let go of the fearful stories you tell yourself. And that's interesting because we were just talking about stories and the mind creating stories. And I don't know why my camera keeps flaking out on me tonight, but it does. Whatever. Okay. The next card that you have, it's still wanting to flake out on me. All right. Can't win tonight. All right. I don't know. Weird. It's technology, man. Mercury retrograde. The next card is surrender your need to always be right. And again, don't shoot the messenger. I'm just the messenger. Give others the gift of letting them be right. Be yielding, not rigid. This will help resolve conflicts and improve your relationship. And sometimes this is just as easy as, you know, the old saying, you can be right or you can have a relationship. And sometimes you are right. It's not saying this card isn't saying that you're wrong. It's just saying that sometimes, you know, it doesn't matter that you are right or not right when your relationship, when the more important thing is the connection of your relationship. And I'm guilty of this, by the way. Like I'm very, when I get triggered and pissed, I can be very opinionated, and I can be very like I'm a Virgo sun. So, you know, like when I feel like I know what the hell I'm talking about, I will double down. And I've had to learn over the years to stop giving a shit about it because it doesn't really matter. Like, it's not worth losing a connection over me proving a point or the other person agreeing or not, right? And I'm telling you things I know you already know. Now, the next card is surrender to receiving support and love. And this is really tied to you getting back into your feminine energy. Allow the love and support of others in rather than trying to handle everything yourself, which is that masculine energy, you know, because the tendency that we have is when we get hurt, we want to become hyper independent so that we're not hurt again. So we become control freaks, right? And that's also true. I have five Libra placements as well. So Gene, you're right about that. So it says, allow the love and support of others in rather than trying to handle everything yourself. This can take the pressure off and simultaneously nurture you. And then lastly, surrender stress. Take a few deep breaths and exhale the tension you've built up in your body and let the stress go as you come back to your center, which is, yeah, you getting back to your feminine energy and getting out of the masculine energy that's not natural and not normal for you. You know, like that's the answer for you right now. The answer for you is to allow what you can't control, what you can't resolve go, letting all of that go, so you can finally truly release and heal from the remnants of this past situation, and then getting out of this repelling defensive energy because you've been hurt, and getting back into more of a warm, feminine, receptive energy so that you can slowly come out of your comfort zone. And as you begin to do that, then you're opening this portal, this gate for love to come in, and eventually you'll have success. So right now, it's all about your vibe. It's all about your energy. It's about the stories that you're telling yourself, and it's about the leftover healing and the resolution, all the things that we've said. And I know this is a lot, but once I end this video, as you probably know, like this video is going to be uploaded to YouTube, and you'll be able to come back and you'll be able to watch it. And since you're one of the last readings, it should be really easy to find. Just come back like tomorrow or whatever you want and scroll all the way to the end or near the end, and you'll probably remember seeing the cards or whatever, and you'll be able to find your reading. And then you can listen to it as many times as you need to, if you need to. But I felt led to, the divine said to grab this deck and pull one card for you. Divine, she's really going through it, man. Okay, well, you got two. No, I'm sorry, you got three. Three, and they came out instantly. Double confirmation. Work through your fear. Surrender to fear. Have faith in your dreams, which is basically saying have faith in the thing that you want, which is love. And then lastly, and most importantly, surrender to the divine. And I don't know if you were here. Actually, yeah, of course you were here for Divinity in Motion's reading. You might want to go back and re-listen to her reading as well, because everything that I said in her reading applied to all of us, but this is also almost would be like a second reading for you as well, Sensi. So Divinity in Motion's reading, talking about getting back reconnected to our truth, to the divine inside of us, all of that, everything that I said for her would be repeated here again with this energy attached to this card. So I know that was a lot, but I knew it was, you were going to have some messages when you popped in earlier, and you waited, which most people don't. A lot of people don't wait around that long. Only the diehard people, those of you that are still here, and you waited all the way to the end. Okay. Trina, if you are here, and if Trina, if you're not here, Teresa Horton, if you are here. You're welcome, Sunsi. And if you guys don't mind, if you haven't already, please like and subscribe to the channel. It helps me out. I very greatly appreciate it if you have not already. My daughter got my car for a job in South Carolina. I'm in Alabama. The car tore up. Now everything is about to be cut off. A little, she's only been there a year and a half. New family or boyfriend. So, okay, so your daughter had a situation with your car. Some stuff's going on. What's the question you have about it? Are you just wondering what's going to happen to your daughter, or? Oh, do you need to get a loan? Okay. Like, do you need to get a loan to get a new car because she broke yours? Okay. No, you have two cars. All right. So, are you just asking if you just need to get a loan in general? Like, do you need to get a loan for her? Okay. I understand the question now. You're trying to help your daughter out. I got you. Okay, Teresa. Um, I have to be honest with you. I have to be honest with you. I feel like this is not the first time your daughter has done something. And I'm not saying this to judge her. I don't know your daughter, and I wouldn't judge her even if I did. But what I'm seeing here and what I'm getting from this energy is that she may not have the best track record in making maybe the wisest decisions. We got the Judgment in reverse, and we have the Ace of Swords and the Ten of Swords. And basically what that says is that your daughter is not making wise choices. And then we have the Magician over here, which is essentially she's creating these problems. And then the Six of Cups is basically, she's inherited, her poor decision making from her childhood. And it's pointing to the past. Like, she's done this before. There's a few energies attached to this. Now, the Nine of Wands is you. It's not her, it's you. And, you're the one who's kind of having to take on the consequences of her poor decisions. And that's not right. And that's not fair to you. And if you keep bailing her out when she's making bad decisions or bad choices, then she's never going to learn her lesson. Which is why the Ten of Swords is here. The Ten of Swords is here because the Divine is saying you need to let her take the fall. You need to let her be responsible for her choices and actions. That doesn't mean that you have to cut her off. Doesn't mean you have to disown her. Doesn't mean that you can't offer some, degree of support because you do have the Page of Cups here. But the Page of Cups is more like emotional support. It's basically like you can tell your daughter, hey, look, I care about you. I love you. But, you know, there's consequences for your life. Like, and if you're going to go, you know, you can't just go out and live your life like, you know, just going out partying all the time or just living carefree, living like, there, you know, there's no consequences. That's why the Three of Cups is here. You know, like she's not really taking life very seriously, or at least she's not taking life as seriously as she needs to. And the Hangman here is saying that she needs to learn. She needs to be stuck. She needs to figure it out. She needs to learn her lessons. She needs to learn cause and effect. She needs to take accountability and responsibility for what, you know, for her choices, actions, and decisions in life, you know, and not call you up wanting, you know, to, you know, put all of the consequences on your back so that you have to bail her out, you know? So should you get a loan? Like I can't tell you, Teresa, what you should or shouldn't do. That's not my place. It's not my place to tell you, hey, I think you should do this. I think you should do that. But what I can tell you that I have here is, you know, sometimes loving somebody is allowing them to learn life's lessons, you know, and I get that. So, you know, no car or no job. I get it. So that's where she's going to have to, you know, start thinking. What can she do? You know, does she have to pay for an Uber? Does she have to ask a friend? Does she have to, you know, like what does she have to do to, you know, I mean, like, does she have to ask somebody to give her a lift back to Alabama where you are, and you give her one of your 2 cars? I mean, I don't know if I would do that if she's, you know, I don't know her history, but, you know, if you trust her to not wreck a second car, you know, but, you know, all I can tell you is what's here in the reading. And what's here in the reading for her is she needs to start learning there are consequences for her actions, and that she's going to have to start taking responsibility for her life, and she's going to have to start taking life more seriously. And, you know, every time, you know, something blows up in her life, you know, she calls you to bail her out, or she calls you because she's got nowhere else to go. And I know that can be hard because I know you probably don't want to make her feel like you don't care about her, or that you're abandoning her. But, you know, I don't know how old your daughter is. And I mean, I don't need to know, but I just think that, you know, so I think that if I were you, you know, I would tell her, like, hey, I you know, help her by, she's 36. I'm thinking she's like 16. Okay, I mean, that makes it not much better that she's 36 and she's having these problems. Like, she's almost 40 years old. Like, I'm 44. You know, like she needs to really, really start thinking about, you know, have stability in her life. If she's 36, then you got to be at least, close to 60. And I'm not saying that, I'm not saying that to be derogatory. I'm not trying to like date you or something, but to put an age on you. But I mean, I assume you're probably at least 20 years older than her if you're her mother. I mean, what is her, 56, 60-year-old mom, however old you are. You could be older or younger, I don't know. But again, okay, you're 64. Like, so you're getting close to 70. You're not far off. So your 36-year-old daughter is going to put that burden on you. Like, and you're on disability. Like, I mean, that's just not right, man. I'm sorry. And I usually don't let my own opinions come into this, but if my mother's 70, and if I had a problem, there's not a chance in hell that I would put that burden on my 70-year-old mother. There's just not a chance in hell that would ever happen. I would figure it out. I would walk to work. I would go down the neighborhood. I would knock on people's doors. I'd be like, I will mow your grass to make the money. And when I get enough money, I'll buy a bicycle or I'll buy one of those little electric scooters. Like, I will fucking find a way. Like, there is not a chance in hell that my mother is going to be, bailing me out of my life's problems, after 21 years old. I don't have kids, but for me, and this is just my opinion, you're 21, man. I mean, unless it's something major, like if you're a good kid and you've been doing everything right, and then something unfortunate happens, like you get injured, or you get into a car crash and you get hurt, and you can't walk, you can't move, something major happens to you that was unfortunate and unforeseen, then of course I would help my kid. Of course I'd be like, well, they were being responsible. They were living a good life, doing the right things. But with this judgment card in reverse, that's not the energy that I get here. The energy that I get here is that your daughter just does, for whatever reason, and again, I'm not here to judge her, but for whatever reason, she's not making wise decisions. She's not making the decisions that she should be making at 36 years old. And you are not responsible for cleaning up her messes and coming to her rescue. She needs to learn how to take care of herself. And I hear you. I hear what you're saying. And again, I'm not trying to tell you what to do, Teresa. I'm really not. I'm just telling you what the cards say. And I'm just telling you what I would do. Not that matters, because I'm not you and you're not me, and it's not my daughter. But if you rescue her and you bail her out, she's never going to learn. And I just don't think that's fair to you. I don't think that's fair to you. There's always something good that can happen in your life, Annie, to motivate you. You just have to go inside of yourself and connect to something bigger, a purpose, something beyond yourself, something that excites you, whatever it is, something you're good at, and then connect that thing that you're good at, connect that thing to people. Just like me. That's what I'm doing here. I'm using tarot cards and my spiritual gift to serve people. So, anyways, Teresa, I think that I think this is a tough one for you. I know it's hard for you because I know that you care. I know you want to do the right thing. But I can't tell you what to do. But I really believe that a lot of times the way that we find a way is when we feel like we have no way. Like, most people change either through inspiration or desperation. And unfortunately, most people don't change through inspiration. Most people change through desperation. They have to hit this 10 of swords. They have to hit rock bottom because it wakes them up. And when you're like, okay, I'm either going to be homeless or I'm going to find a way, then, you know, basically they find a way. And Jean just made a good point. You know, did she have insurance on the car? Maybe she could get insurance. Does she not have, does she have any type of credit? Is there those check cashing stores? Like, can she get a loan without making you responsible? Like, what are the options? Like, has she even tried? You know, like, what has she tried? Is she doing everything that she can? Or is she just like, well, I wrecked the car, you know, like, help me out, Mom. Like, I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. I'm not in this situation, but I definitely think that you should let her, you know, be responsible and start taking responsibility for her life. I mean, she's almost 40 years old, you know, and that doesn't mean that you're a bad mom. Doesn't mean that you don't love her, but it just means like, hey, I'm on disability. I'm all the way over in Alabama, and I can't keep rescuing you every time shit hits the fan. And I feel like that this isn't the first occurrence. It may not be the same. She may not have wrecked another car, but I feel like she's probably, other things have happened that you've had to help her out with, you know? And I feel like you need to stop feeling guilty for, you know, feeling like you're bad if you don't help her out all the time. But that's just my opinion. All right, so we have one more person. Smile 1160. You're welcome, Teresa. And I really do, you know, I know that, you know, I don't say any of the things that I say. I don't say those things. I don't say any of those things to you to be ugly at all. I say it because I care. And I say it because I care about you and I care about your daughter, you know? So, you know, I just know that the healthy thing to do, even if it's the hard thing to do, is always the right thing to do. So, yes, if Smile 1160 is not here, I am going to go to sleep. It is good. It's good to be with you all. I appreciate you all. Jean, I appreciate you so much. Thank you all for really helping me more than anything tonight. Helping me get out of my head. And okay, well, if she promised to give you the money back, then, and you trust her, then maybe you can loan her the money. You know, if you trust her in that regard. But with that being said, I appreciate all of you guys. I'm going to try really hard to be back sooner than later. And hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your week. Love you all. And I will see you guys soon. I'm going to try not to. I'm going to try to be back soon. I promise. You guys have a wonderful night. I love you all. And I will talk to you soon.